Break the lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, man, they wanna take up.
See, we're talking about Black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we're on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African, and they need to see an Indian, and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
A good fellow.
Cause I don't know about you though. I'm excited.
I'm excited as well. And look at not a coincidence. He cocked and loaded, y'all. See, you talking about nigga, nigga, I don't know. We just have to wait and see. So, hey, with no further ado, now not a coincidence. Do you want any background music? Hey, I can turn it off for you if you'd like.
Yeah, you can play something low. It don't matter.
Okay, you want hey man, I'm gonna give you a good beat that you can rock to, my guy. I'm gonna let you out here. There we go. I'll give you something that you can lay it on now. All right, so everybody
How you feeling
else.
today? Not a coincidence.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I put a lot of work into this, so I hope y'all receive it well. I want to say thank you to everybody giving me the opportunity.
Hey, listen, not a coincidence, man. Have a good time, man. Lay it on out there.
All right, so I'm starting now. Like I said, I want to say.
Hold up. Wait until we get up out of here. We all go.
All right. So I think everybody going. Like I said, I want to say thank you to everybody in the chat, giving me the opportunity to hear me out. Thank you to DJ Cut for the invitation, and a special thanks to Supreme Chief Holiday for even entertaining this. It shows how much of a big person he is. So the question is, historically, who do so-called Negro, Black, colored Americans say who we are? So we're going to go over what the people actually say. And we're going to go with eyewitness testimony from them themselves. Nobody else, but from the people who we say we come from. And the first up, we have this manuscript number 40. You can find this on firstblack.org. It's a website that collected a lot of primary documents in Hispaniola and that area over there. So October 9th, 1594, the theme of Black African man sold as a slave by French smugglers on La Española's northern coast claimed a right to freedom based on his African original social status of nobility. So this is a court case where he is speaking for himself. And at the top, I took the part out that I haven't read. I'll read the whole thing. It says, and after what was said on the 9th day of the said month of October, and in the said year, for the said inquiry before the said honorable judge. Now this is him. Oath was lawfully taken from and received from Sebastian. The African man name was Sebastian. Creole, originally from Guinea, Ladino, and he said to be a Christian, who today, the said day, came to the house of the said honorable judge to request justice for himself, for his free, and has been brought by the French in Northern Strip, and after taking oath and being asked about the reason for the complaint and beginning of this business, said that the witness is Creole from Boganda, which is in Guinea, and that he is the son of the king of such people, and when this witness was coming from the said town by sea to Sierra Leone on a vessel of Gaspar de Agua, which may have been more or less a year ago. The witness was the page boy of the said captain. Since he was being paid for it, and while sailing, they were encountered by a French Captain Bibble. So the Frenchman um, kidnapped him and brought him to America and sold him as a slave. And here he is in 1584 in court testifying, trying to gain his freedom. And for everybody who doesn't know where Guinea is, this is a map in 1644. It's called the Africa Nova Descripto. It's in Latin, and that translates to a new description of Africa. Guinea is here. I blew it up here for you so you can see. So he's no doubtly an African. This is Paul Cuffey. He was born 1759, died 1817. He was born in the state of Massachusetts. This is the petition for relief from taxation, March 14th, 1780. Petition for poor Negroes and mulattoes. And this is a quote from the petition. That we, being chiefly of the African extract, and by reason of long bondage and hard slavery, we have been deprived of enjoying the profits of our labor, or the advantage of inheriting estates from our parents, as our neighbors, the white people, do, having some of us not long enjoyed our own freedom. And this is it blown up. You can see the date, March 14th, 1780. The petition for several Negroes and mulattoes, that we, being chiefly of the African extract, long bondage and hard slavery. So these are primaries from the actual people living at the time. This is his John Cuffey signature, Paul Cuffey, and others who signed the document in 1780. Next up, we have Peter Williams Jr., born in New Jersey, 1786 to 1840. He was an abolitionist who also supported free black immigration to Haiti, the Black Republic that had achieved independence in 1804 in the Caribbean in the 1820s and 30s. He strongly opposed the American Colonization Society's efforts to relocate free blacks to the colony of Liberia and West Africa. In 1827, he was a co-founder of the Freedmen's Journal, the first African-American owned and operated newspaper in the United States. This is an oration of the abolition of the slave trade delivered in the African Church in the city of New York, January 1st, 1808. This is by the man I just showed you, Peter Williams Jr. And as you see on the title page, he clearly writes a descendant of Africa. So these are a couple of quotes from his speech from that day. This is on page 11 in the book. But to us, Africans and descendants of Africans, this period is deeply interesting. We have felt the sad effects of this abominable traffic. It was made, if not ourselves or our forefathers and kinsmen, its unhappy victims, and pronounced on them and their posterity the sentence of perpetual slavery. Page 15. Mutual agreements were then made. The Europeans were to supply the Africans with those gaudy trifles. Trifles is basically like little trinkets or things that have really no value, which so strongly affected them. And the Africans in return were to grant the Europeans their prisoners of wars and convicts as slaves. So you see, back in 1808, we already knew that the white man wasn't so-called just running down on the African village. It was more of us fighting each other, and we were prisoners of war selling each other to these white men sent over to the Americas. This is Thomas L. Jennings. He was born 1791, died 1856 in the state of New Jersey. Thomas Jennings, a free black businessman in New York City and an abolition activist. Thomas developed his dry cleaning process called dry scouring as a tailor. So a lot of us go to the dry cleaners. We can thank this man for that. And this right here is from the Evening Post in New York, December 26, 1821. This is the third page. This is him just announcing that he has a patent for this dry cleaning service. So, like I said, he was an abolitionist. So this is Thomas L. Jennings' address to the New York Society for Mutual Relief in 1828. Now, if you was paying attention, there was a man, Peter Williams Jr. He co-founded the Freedom Journal, and this speech was um, put in the Freedom Journal April 4th, 1828. So our claims are on America. It is the land that gave us birth. It is the land of our nativity. We know no other country. It is a land in which our fathers have suffered and toiled. They have watered it with their tears and fanned it with sighs. Our relationship with Africa is the same as the white man's is with Europe, only with this difference. The one immigrated voluntarily, the other was forced from home and all its pleasures. We have passed through several generations in this country, and consequently, we have become naturalized. Our habits, our manners, our passions, our dispositions have become the same. I might as well tell the white man about England, France, or Spain, the country from whence his forefathers immigrated, and call him a European, as for him to call us Africans. The argument will hold us as good in the one case as the other. Africa is foreign to us as Europe is to them. So the point of this, he's saying, yeah, we understand that we come from Africa, but we've been here so long that we are Americans. And that's the standpoint that I take. That's the standpoint that a lot of Black Americans take. So when you hear a lot of people saying, yeah, we're not Africans, yeah, we're not. We're Black Americans. We created our own culture and our own identity in the world. And like this was a big discussion in the 1800s is basically, should we stay or should we go? And as you can see, we decided to stay. And this is where I got this expert from. This is the primary source from the Freedom Journal. Like I said, this is produced April 4th, 1828. This newspaper is produced by Black, colored, Negro people of America. Here we have Henry Highland Garnett, born 1815, died 1882, from the state of Maryland. Like I said, these are all Black Americans. Was an African American abolitionist, minister, educator, and orator, having escaped as a child from slavery in Maryland with his family. So he escaped slavery. On Sunday, February 12th, 1865, he delivered a sermon in the U.S. House of Representatives. He's the first colored man who has on any occasion spoken in our national capital. On the occasion of Congress passed on January 31st of the 13th Amendment. So the reason he went and gave this sermon speech was to celebrate the passing of the 13th Amendment. All right, and this is the people felt that his speech was so good they decided to put it in book form. So his answer, this comes from the introduction page. The introduction was gave by Dr. James McCune Smith. Smith was the first African American to receive a medical degree. Then he opened the first Black pharmacy in New York City. So his ancestors did not come over here in the Mayflower, nor land at Plymouth Rock, nor kiss the Blarney Stone of the Pilgrim Father. On the contrary, his grandfather was stolen by the slave traders from the coast of Africa, survived the horrors of the Middle Passage on a ship doubtless owned in Bristol or Boston, landed on the James River, and was thence transferred to the estate of Colonel William Spencer at the New Market, doomed to perpetual slavery himself and his heirs forever. So that was James McCune Smith giving an introduction of Henry Highlander's Garnett's genealogy, saying his grandfather came from the shores of Africa. Also, this is from Henry Highlander Garnett, page 75 and 76. He says, "Go to the shores of the land of my forefathers, poor bleeding Africa, which although she has been and received and robbed for centuries, is nevertheless beloved by all her worthy descendants wherever dispersed." So we have more Black people acknowledging the slave trade, acknowledging their African ancestry, and this is in 1865. Next up, we have King Blue. King Blue, he was a Chickasaw freedman. He's a former slave. So it says the former slaves formed a political organizations and appointed people to represent their concerns before Congress in Washington, D.C. And one of those individuals was King Blue. Blue was enslaved by Benjamin Colbert, a member of the large slaveholding Colbert family of the Chickasaw Nation. Over here we have King Blue's freedman enrollment card. You can see he was a slave of Benjamin Colbert. We have an article over here from 1894 where they're talking about King Blue leading a band of Negroes out into basically terrorizing the people who aren't black. So the insurrectionists have gone out on a marauding tour and are terrorizing the Indian citizens. So they make a distinction between King Blue and these Indian citizens, and especially the squaw men. Late Saturday, the band headed by King Blue swept down on the farm of George H. Charles, postmaster at Stonewall. The Negroes came down on the farm at midday. Trucks, a white man, and his squaw, so he's talking about the Indian, were led from the house and bound with a rope and held prisoner. King Blue and his men then proceeded to destroy everything in the house. They could not eat and drink. And after satisfying themselves, rode off howling and screeching. So prior to that, King Blue took a different approach to getting equal citizenship. So this is the article, 1883. A delegation of 3 colored men and 1 Indian have gone to Washington from the Chickasaw Nation to have freedmen questions settled. They want to be admitted as citizens and to enjoy all the rights and privileges and annuities as such. So they was being deprived out there in the territory. The Negroes wasn't getting treated the same. So they wrote a letter. It was called the Eloquent Protest of the Chickasaw Freedmen. Written in 1882, this piece is one of the most eloquent documents written by freedmen leaders, King Blue and Isaac Alexander. They made an appeal in the form of a document called a Memorial of the Chickasaw Freedmen. In this document, their plight and their plea for assistance from the United States is felt by the reader. It is produced on this page in its entirety. The document makes reference to African descent 24 times. The undersigned, and these are some of the quotes from the document. The undersigned, your memorialists respectfully show that they are residents of the Chickasaw Nation and area, persons of African descent, and were born and bred in the said nation. Another quote, your memorialists represent not only themselves, but also that class of persons known in the nations as persons of African descent, of which class there are about 3,000 individuals. So they're not just speaking for themselves, they're speaking for 3,000 people who are Negroes of the Chickasaw Nation. And this is the document. This is the document. This is the letter that was written and sent to Congress in 1882. Damn, I don't know how to that video, but I don't know if it sounds crazy. But anyway, that was supposed to be a video of Chief in Ghana apologizing for their part in the slave trade. I don't know, it sounded crazy on my end. If somebody can come back and tell me if it was sounding bad, that'd be all right. It's only a minute video. Cut, you there?
Nah, it sounded bad, bro.
All right, so I could play it another time. I'll pass it. But this is a video of chiefs from Ghana apologizing for their part in the slave trade. It's only a minute. If when I'm done, I can maybe go to YouTube and play it, but I'll just move on. So what I just showed was Black Americans acknowledging the slave trade, acknowledging they are descendants of those people of the slave trade, and acknowledging that they're people of African descent. So now, who am I? So this is Paul Cuffey. He was born 1752, died 1812 in New York State. He's my 7th great grandfather on my father's side. He married a woman named Hannah. They had 7 children, and I said from their son William. It's an article about him in 1909. It's talking about his genealogy, his family, how he became to be an Indian preacher. And this is out in this mark is out in Wading River, and in the Shinnecock Nation territory. So this was a book written in 1845, and they're talking about his genealogy. And here's a couple quotes from it. It says, "The Reverend Paul was the second of 7 sons of Peter Cuffey, a native Indian of the Shinnecock tribe. His mother was said to be an eminent, pious woman, for many years a member of the native Indian church at Wading River, she being of African descent." So he was mixed. He was Shinnecock and African. And these are some of my DNA matches I was able to find and trace their genealogy back to me using Paul Cuffey's son, William Cuffey, my 5th great grandfather. And I was able to trace about 6 people. This is my 4th great grandfather on my father's side, Levi Medicine Man Phillips, born 1809, 1911, born in the state of Connecticut. Dr. Levi Phillips Sr., widely respected as an herbal doctor, Dr. Phillips regularly walked from Brooklyn to Montauk, even as an old man, and became a local legend. Shown here about 1870, he is believed to be a direct descendant of King Phillips, chief of the Wampanoag Indians, between 1675 and 1676. King Phillips led a coalition of local tribes against the English in an attempt to drive them out of England. This war was a pertinent of future conflicts in the western United States. And this comes from the Image of America, the Setauket, Oldfield, and Poquat, page 114. This is an article from the Brooklyn Daily Eagle in October 9th, 1909, page 19. This is about my great-grandfather. Levi Medicine Man Phillips' first wife's name was Maria Roscoe. They had 9 children, I descend from their son Levi. His first wife, Maria, a woman, so these are quotes from the article. His first wife, Maria Roscoe, a woman of part Shinnecock Indian and part Negro extraction. They make a distinction between Negro and Shinnecock Indian. They are describing 2 different people. So here I have 3 references to Negro, like the etymology dictionary, a member of a black-skinned race of Africa. Negroes, this is from etymology and English dictionary in 1730, inhabitants of Negrita in Africa. Then we have the Webster's Dictionary, 1828, a native or descendant of the black race of men in Africa. And this is some genealogy through my 4th great grandparents, Levi and Maria Phillips. And you see I have over here to the right, the blue DNA symbol means I connected them to my tree using DNA and records. So these 2 people down here, they took DNA tests. This is actually a daughter and father. And he was able to trace our DNA back to Levi and Maria Roscoe. This is William Nelson, 1830, Lumberg, Virginia. My 4th great grandfather on my father's side. I descend from his son, Richard. The oldest record I have of him is from 1866, a list of registered colored persons cohabiting together as husband and wife, 1866, February 27, Prince Edward County. And I put this to the side, colored people, black people, Africans, or the descendants, mixed or unmixed. And that comes from the 1828 Webster's Dictionary. So according to the records, he was owned by a man named Henry Stokes. So if we look here, we register the colored persons of Prince Edward County, state of Virginia. Up here you see name, age, place, birth, occupation, last owner. You have name, age, he was 36. So in 1860, he would be 30, which means in 1830, he was born around 1830. Lumberg, Virginia, Prince Edward County, farmer, Henry Stokes, his last owner. So this is the 1860 slave schedule from Prince Edward County, Virginia. Henry Stokes had 53 enslaved black people as property at this time. In 1860, William Nelson would be about 30 years old. According to the census, Stokes owns 3 males at the age 30 at this time. And we can see the 3 males listed here, age 30. Henry Stokes received a presidential pardon from Andrew Jackson for taking part in the late rebellion against the government of the United States. The pardon is voided if Henry Stokes shall hereafter at any time acquire any property, whatever enslaves or make use of slave labor. So those are 2 things of quotes from the actual document. Now, remember I said Henry Stokes owned my 4th great grandfather, William Nelson. Well, he didn't take it just laying down. William Nelson was a Civil War vet. So William Nelson, U.S. Civil War Pension Index card filed September 30th, 1890. So he fought in the 25th U.S. Infantry Regiment. It was one of the racially segregated units of the United States Army known as the Buffalo Soldiers. Also, the 39th U.S. Colored Infantry, a regiment that served in the Union Army during the American Civil War. And lastly, the 56th U.S. Colored Infantry that served in the Union Army. And we see William Nelson, his wife, children, and these is his service record. We got the 25th, 39th, and 56th regiments, all colored troops. Yeah, so no, we didn't just take it lightly. We freed ourselves. And these are living descendants of William Nelson found with DNA. And these are my cousins that I found. I did not know them until I took this DNA test. And yeah, doing the genealogy records is good, but it's not going to take you to the present because we have a lot of laws that stop us from seeing things. And we don't get to see records that are 50. We don't even get to see records that are 50 years old, really, like when it pertains to census. You can only see them 75 years ago. Like right now, we're up to the 1950 census. But yeah, these are my living relatives. So William Bunn, 1906 to 1978, born in the state of New York. This is my second cousin, 3 times removed. We both descend from a man named Peter Bunn. Peter is my 4th great grandfather, but to William, it is his great grandfather. William was interviewed by the Brooklyn Daily Eagle in 1934. And this is the article right here. This is the Brooklyn Daily Eagle, May 1934, page 15. Key points, and he gives some oral history in this article. So some of the oldest families, so these are some of the key points I took from this article. Some of the oldest families in Brooklyn and on Long Island are Negroes. Money folk of Long Island made their living sending ships to ostensibly for the purpose of whaling. Actually, the vessels went over to Africa and picked up cargoes of Negroes. There was an unwritten law that if any Negro on a trip over gave birth to a child, to children, the young ones could not be sold, but were taken back to Long Island. There were in time quite a few of these babies who grew up working about the homes of the ship captains. Mr. Bunn said, I think this story is true. I do know that my grandfather used to talk a lot about it. And here we see William Bunn. He's from East Setauket. Now, my Nigerian cousin, right? So we can see, this is me, cover my face. This is my cousin. We share 9 centimorgans across one segment. He's 96% Nigerian and 4% East Nigerian, East Central. So he's 100% Nigerian, basically. So parts of the conversation with my Nigerian cousin, he says he has more matches to people in the Americas. So this is me reaching out to him. I asked him where he's from. He said, I'm from the eastern part of Nigeria and an Igbo by tribe. So nice to meet him. Does he have any other cousins? He says, yes, I have 148 matches here. And I asked him about the Americas. I was wondering if you have matched to other people in America. You see, yes, I have 149 matches here. This is my cousin, like I said, Ajiro. That's a Nigerian surname. 9 centimeters across one segment. So that all that means is that our we probably share the same common ancestor from somebody in the 1700s, because it's that many generations ago that's why our DNA share is so small. So 23andMe connected me to my Igbo tribe. This means some of your ancestors may have lived in it. So this is a quote. This is from this right here. So this means some of your ancestors may have lived in this area, and you may have relatives who still live there. Well, if we go back to my cousin here, they said I might find people from that area who's Igbo. And guess what? They was right. And a lot of people ask about the scientific details, and here they go right here on the Igbo connection. Highly likely match. And again, I have a cousin who is Igbo that I found through DNA. So, to the American Aboriginal community, where is the Aboriginal Americans in history? All we see is Africans and their descendants who became the Black Americans / African Americans. So if you like the information and would like to hear more, you can follow me at Not a Coincidence on YouTube and not_A_coincidence_808 on Instagram. And I wonder if this gonna work. Yeah, so that's it. I didn't want to make it too long. Any questions?
See, we're talking about Black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we are on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother that makes our shows.
Give me 1 second. Hey, I think I'm here. Shout out to
say all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and talk to fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian.
Brother,
and they need to see
that was awesome.
That was awesome. The debate so they could choose a side.
It was kind of
not a coincidence. Is a major factor in this community. People don't even know it.
I know everybody else has a lot of questions. You know, there's a lot of gaps in what you did, in my estimation. But I ain't the one that can really point those gaps out better than a lot of these other folks. So I'm gonna bring everybody. Oh shit! Somebody calling my phone. All right, I'll get that in just a moment because I'm live and this is live. I'm gonna bring everybody on. If you have a question, this is how this is gonna go with the Q&A. Q&A is you're gonna have 3 minutes if you hit the link. Ask your question, the dialogue with Not a Coincidence on some of the stuff he presented. Not argue, because that'll take away from your time, obviously. But you'll be able to ask your questions to Not a Coincidence. Not a Coincidence. You will be judged. This will be a part of your final letter grade. How you react to these questions, how you do your thing. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if you hit the link, you get 3 minutes to dialogue. If you can't hit the link, I understand. Just go ahead and type your question in the chat. I'll try to highlight them and I'll try to point them out. I have a list of questions, but I'm going to pardon my list of questions until everybody else asks their questions, because you guys might ask the question that I'm going to ask. So it might, you know what I'm saying? I'll give it to y'all. You know what I'm saying? What do you think, Ism? What do you want to add to that?
Just to add to the presentation, you did a very good job, Not a Coincidence, with your resources that you share to back up your lineage and your genealogy. I do have a couple of questions like cut, and I do also have some critiques, if you will, if you don't mind that.
No, I don't mind. Go ahead. I would like to hear.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna give him his critiques right before we give him his letter grade, because all of that's gonna come. And Ism, you can ask the questions before me too, but let's let the people, because they might ask.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. I was saying just like you. I have questions, but I'm gonna wait until
It's gonna be ladies first. You know what I'm saying? Ism. Like I said, if you hit the link, you will be able to ask your question. I'm
All
going to bring
right.
everybody up onto panel, and I'm going to give first dibs to the people who've been here first. And I'll tell you what, we'll start with knowledge. We'll start with knowledge. And how you doing, my brother?
I'm good.
Was you able to check out the presentation, my brother?
Yeah, I heard it. I've heard it.
Did you
Yeah,
have did you have some school supplies?
yeah. So I don't know if you really answered the question for me.
No. We don't have apprehension. We just
No, I'm just
do what we
saying
have to
he
do.
didn't. So my question was it's just something simple.
Okay, hold on before you ask. Just
Okay.
hold your horses. We's Indians, boy. You ready to get out through there? I ain't mad at you. Now, you have 3 minutes to ask your question and dialogue back and forth to get what you need. You know what I'm saying? So don't be apprehensive at all. So, at this point, your 3 minutes starts now.
Hold on, something just came up. I'll pass the mic for a minute. I'll get in line.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back to you. How about you, Sister Bethy? What do you think? You're next in line, sis.
Okay, so I will compliment your efforts of doing your family lineage and believing solely on ancestry and the documents that they share with you. But um, I just have to say that I think you should do some more research because of the simple fact that our history was rewritten and replaced with African. And, it's just a lot of things. And it's really hard to go through all the information that you put forth. Like, I have the instructions for the marshals for the census sheets. And, a lot of the information that's on the sheets, you can tell is not what it's supposed to be. On the census sheet, it clearly says slavery is employment, and you counted the owner when you wasn't supposed to. The owner is black on one of your on your census sheet, okay? And there's instructions on how to count that up on the actual instruction from the marshals. The second thing that you talked about was Henry, regarding Henry Highland Garnett. He was not an
Was
African.
that a question?
Oh,
Was that?
oh, okay.
No. I'm
I,
sorry. I didn't know if
I'm
that was.
sorry.
Did you ask
Oh,
him a question?
okay. The question is,
Oh, no. I'll finish your statement. I'm sorry. I thought you asked him a question. Go ahead, Sister Best.
okay, the question I have, are you 100% sure that Henry Garland is an African and not a Negro, an Aboriginal who was trained to teach Christianity to go over Liberia and set up? I guess that'll be my first question. And my last question is, are you aware that the school, the African school, prior, it was not originally an African school. It was actually a manumission in New York City that it was called the New York Society for Manumission. And it had nothing to do with Africa. But I don't know. I'm just asking you, are you aware of all that information?
Okay, Sister Bethy, your second question. Make sure I'm gonna try to help you and remember that second one. But not a coincidence. Do you got the first question that she asked at least?
Yeah, the first question,
Yeah.
I believe, was about Garnett. Um, so what I showed about Garnett was um, what he's saying about himself is him speaking. Um, I don't think we could really refute that. Um, he's saying his grandfather came from Africa, And like I showed other people saying their association to Africa. About the school, you're right. The first African school was started by the Manumissions Society, but we also had other schools that were started by individuals on our own accords, like black people, like Peter Kruger. He started his own school in his basement in his house in Brooklyn, and they spread out from there, collecting money and other things. So we always didn't take handouts. We were smart enough to know to take money when to take it, but we also did things on our own. And you also mentioned Henry Stokes. He is a white man on the slave schedule. They list the name of the slave owner, and then right next to him, I know it looks kind of stupid, but they list the first slave. If you go to his records on his census, and I can show it, he's labeled as a white man. Um, in all his records, he's labeled white. That's it.
All right, Sister Betty. How you feel about that?
I have to say that I disagree because according to the schedules, it actually says to list the owner and the owner of the plantation. I have it right here. I don't want to get into no heavy debate, but
Right. Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I just want to let you know that it does state on the census sheet that the slaves of each owner are to be numbered beginning at number 1. Okay.
Okay.
Um,
All right, Sister Betty.
I'm just saying that.
Thank you very much. Thank you
I'm
very
done.
much. She said, Sister Betty, she came in like, bam, fuck a question. I'm a teach, baby. No, man. Hey, if you can, just hit the link, you know what I'm saying? Come with your questions and stuff. Let me see if I can see any questions that I may have missed. Let me see. Knowledge, are you ready by chance, my brother? Okay, he might be still.
No. Give me a couple.
No problem.
Cut. Can I show this real quick?
Sure. Let me see. There it is right there. Let me get my mouse to act correctly with me. There it is right there. Add that to the screen.
So, Sister Betty, can you describe what they're saying?
Oh. This is the thing. You can't go back and forth with them.
Oh, okay. No problem.
Presenting and stuff.
No problem.
That time was over. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be here forever.
Nah, you're right.
Go ahead and present whatever you got to present to solidify that little portion, and we'll wait to go on. Let me drop the link. Hit the link, man. Y'all had a lot to say in the chat now. Come on now. Hey, man.
I can respond to that if you want me to.
Just hold on 1 second. Y'all had a lot to say in the chat. I was checking that out, man. A lot of good questions. I even jotted one down or two. You know what I'm saying? But hey, man, hit the link so y'all can get a full understanding of what you're asking that you can't get from in the chat. So hit the link, come get your 3 minutes and get your dialogue on, man, and find out question. This your time, man. It's show improved time for Not a Coincidence, and everybody else, even the folks that be shooting the shit in the chat. Get up in here and do that, or shoot your questions right now, and I'll ask the question. Go ahead, Not a Coincidence. And
That's
then
right.
Yeah, and Sister Betty, he's gonna go ahead and just reiterate what he was talking about as far as what I'm talking about. You know, as far as what your questions and stuff, and then we'll move on.
So, real quick, this is the slave schedule, right? And I went to a page where we got the owner. This is the first owner. But what they do though, they don't list the owner's name, age, and sex. They list the first slave. So when you see this owner's name, this is not his age, name, and sex.
Blow it up.
The owner is on a whole totally different schedule. I mean, a totally different census, because this is a 1860 slave schedule. Then they have the 1860 census. So it's going to be owner, like here. There's no line, there's no gender, there's no race for this man. But you see this 40 down here. It's a 40 right here. This is the first slave. Now I'm gonna go to Henry Stokes.
All right. Shout out to Not a Coincidence, Sister Bethy first. Shout out to Sister Bethy. Shout out to Not a Coincidence for even being here and doing this. Ty Sam, how you doing, my brother? You have got the mic and the floor. Now I'm gonna pull that down. Not a coincidence. If you need to
All
share
right,
something, it'll be right there for you. I'll be
all
right
right.
there. I have it ready to go. Ty Sam, let me get a mic check from you, brother.
I'm here. Can you hear me? Good.
Oh man, loud and clear. Some of these professionals need to get your gear.
Oh man, it's an Android, man. Oh, good show. Hey, man, you and Chief putting on a good show today, Cut. I appreciate that, man. It's a good show.
Man,
I like the format that y'all got going on right now. I like it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You have 3 minutes to dialogue with Not a Coincidence. Go ahead, brother. And not dialogue. Please refrain your questions. Refrain your comments to a question, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. My question is to Not a Coincidence is Paul Cuffy the same Cuffy family that Old Dirty Bastard come from?
Yeah, he has a grandson named Wickham Cuffy. Yeah.
And that's the same family that ODB come from?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was my only question because I haven't heard ODB say the thing what he's saying. That's the only question I had.
Okay. So,
All right.
all right.
Yeah, you can expound. Go ahead, y'all. You can expound on that. Not a coincidence. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna show you what Wickham Cuffy looks like. If you give me a second. Have you ever seen a picture of Wickham Cuffy?
And
Yeah, I have.
What does he look like?
Oh, I apologize, man. Hey, not a coincidence. When you pull up your screen, keep it on up just in case you need to. And I just pull it down myself. And we have it on deck, okay?
That's it.
And this the same Cuffy they sold Manhattan according to ODB, right? That we talking about.
I never heard of that. So
you never heard of that?
Oh
no. I mean, he couldn't be this old. Like this is who he's talking about.
Let me rephrase that. Manhattan, according to ODB, was taken from the Cuffy family. I'm not saying that they sold. He's the one that sold it, but he stated in one of his songs that his great granddaddy sold Manhattan to the colonizers. That's why I was asking, was this the same Cuffy family?
Yeah, it's a song, but so those people did control.
But historically, it's correct. Manhattan did get sold. Now it's not like ODB land. That Manhattan did get sold by the Cuffy family.
I mean, it didn't get sold because the Indians didn't take anything for it. They got robbed.
I understand that, but that's the. I'm just saying the Cuffy family was saying that they was. Go ahead, not a coincidence. My bad. I'm sorry.
So it's not. I'm not saying the Cuffy Pan family. Those tribes over there, it's more tribes than just the Shinnecock. They got the Unkachug, it's a bunch of them. It's supposed to be like 12, 13 of them. Those ones was in that area and controlling that area. They was working together and basically end up losing it to the European. I wouldn't say sold anything. So can you share my screen?
All right, man. That was awesome. You need me to pull something up? I apologize.
Yeah, I was just gonna show them. This is who they say. This is pictures of Wickham Cuffy, ODB's great grandfather, whatever he said he is. I don't know what you saw on the internet or anything, but
I'm just saying, what relation is this guy to Paul Cuffy?
It's his grandson.
This Paul Cuffy grandson right here?
Yeah, let's go look. Yeah. Paul Cuffy has a son named Vincent. We got Vincent Cuffy and then Paul Cuffy.
Well, that's the only question I had. I just was trying to see why you and ODB is not telling the same story. Yeah, that's all I was asking.
I mean, he didn't really tell the story.
I mean, it's all over the internet. I mean, he done plenty of interviews about this. I mean, even it's a documentary about his family on YouTube. Even with his sister talking about this. He also, you know, him and what's the rep for Public Enemy, Flavor Flav, was also related to them. They you know, all this in the documentary.
There's a lot of you know, what we call Black Americans that have Shinnecock heritage, because over on Long Island, these people actually came together instead of fighting or owning each other. I'm from the area, brother.
I'm not arguing with you. My thing was ODB is not saying what you saying. He never said he came from Africa. That's not ODB stands. I'm gonna get out of here because I know you got some more people, Chief. Cut, and we're not gonna get to that. I'm gonna let the other people get in.
My God, man! Shout out to the brother Tyson. Come pull up with the pizzazz. We appreciate it. We got
Christopher Creer in the building, Cut.
We sure do. You sure do. And go on here and introduce the OG. All right, well, I guess you already did, didn't you, sis?
Christopher, how you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing good, sis. What's up, DJ Cuddy?
Man, what's going on? CC, my brother.
You got it.
Hey, man, you know what? If you just, I'll tell you what. Go on ahead and hit, your time starts right now, my brother. Go on ahead, man. You know what I'm talking about.
You got it. All right, not a coincidence. Based on your research, were African Americans able to own land in 1831 in the United States, or in quote unquote America, and were they also able to be in the Confederate Army in 1836?
So to answer your first question, yes, they was able to own land at all parts of times in America, because not every Black person was a slave. There was always a free population of Black America. Your second question, could you repeat the date you asked?
1836.
From what I know, there was no Confederacy, or the Confederacy that we know of, that was in the Civil War in 1836.
Okay, so from your knowledge.
No, there is no Confederate. You know, you're talking about the Confederates that led to the Civil War, right?
Well, but I think that's the rub right there. There was more than one Confederacy.
I know, so that's why I'm asking you.
Pardon me?
I understand there was
a little bit, man, in that house, man.
Oh, okay.
Breaking up a little bit.
I'm coming outside.
I'm gonna give you a little bit more time so you can dialogue. But try to go ahead and keep your questions and try to get clarity as best as you can. Go ahead, brother.
All right, is that better?
Man, you sound great, brother.
Okay, so in Texas, 1836, were African Americans, so-called African Americans, able to be in the Confederate Army in Texas?
Oh crap! Why is it blue? So I don't think you understand what I'm saying. There is no Confederate Army in 1836. There is none. There's Confederate.
Okay, so you're saying that the record?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm saying, so you're saying the record that I have showing there is a Confederate Army of Texas in 1836 are fraudulent, coming from the state of Texas?
No, now you're being more specific. No, no, brother, hear me out. Now you're being more specific. Now you're saying of Texas, because I kept asking about the one that led to the Civil War. That's the one I thought you was asking about. Of Texas, of course, black people can be a part of anything. I would have to see the record, see what it's saying, and trust me, there was black people. If there's slaves in Virginia, there's free black people in Virginia, brother. That I don't think y'all are understanding. Not every black person was a slave. So to have people building schools and buying property is not unheard of. Because even before the Civil War, there was almost they say 500,000-600,000 free black people, and most of them in the South.
All right, so I have one last question. Would so-called African Americans also have a Spanish land grant in Texas if they were from Africa? Could they have a Spanish land grant?
Brother, it doesn't matter if you're from Africa, from English, Ireland. It doesn't matter. Anybody can own land in America.
But I'm saying a Spanish land grant.
No.
Reason why I'm making the distinction is because reason why I'm real quick. Can I make this real quick distinction?
No. I'm gonna give you extra time. Just hold on 1 second.
Okay, I got you.
1 second. Hey, is that Bezalel?
Yeah, peace to the God.
Peace to the God, man. You got to contain yourself, man. And we have tools to be able to do that. You know what the number one tool to help you contain yourself, my brother?
No, all you have to do is say that. You don't have to. You don't have to demonstrate and tell me you have a tool
I'm
to do that.
just saying, though. I mean, this is something that I asked everybody beforehand, so I'll go ahead and I'll show you the tool that I'm talking about. All right, go ahead, my brother Christopher Curry. You got an extra 30 minutes, extra 30, 40 seconds, brother.
Okay, so real quick. So if it's a Spanish land grant, okay, so if it's a Spanish land grant, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, so if it's a Spanish land grant, they weren't just issued willy-nilly. That was a nation-to-nation exchange, or an inhabitant of a recognized nation to another recognized nation. So what African nation was recognized if one of my ancestors so-called has a Spanish land grant? So what African nation would have been recognized by Spain for them to issue a Spanish land grant to one of my ancestors? In 1839.
All right, cool. In 1839. All right, so I think
1831. I'm asking what nation would have been recognized? What African nation would have been recognized to give land to or recognize land allotment to a so-called African American?
So I think you're asking the wrong question because they didn't sell it to a nation; they sold it to an individual, which is your ancestor. So it's not that they recognize an African nation; they recognize your ancestor who probably had just the funds to buy it. So in 1836, in the Texas Constitution, all persons of color who were slaves for life previous to their immigration, to Texas, and who are now held in bondage shall remain in like state of servitude, provided the said slave shall be the bona fide property of the person so holding. So holding said slave, as foresaid, Congress shall pass no law to prohibit immigrants from the United States to America from bringing their slaves into republic with them and holding them by the same tenure by which slaves were held in the United States. Nor shall Congress have power to emancipate slaves, nor shall any slaveholder be allowed to emancipate his or her slave or slaves without the limits of the republic. No free person of African descent, either in whole or part, shall be permitted to reside permanently in the republic without the consent of Congress, and the importation, admission of Africans or Negroes into this republic, excepting from the United States of America, is forever prohibited and declared to be piracy. So they're saying they can only take these African slaves from different parts of the United States, from nowhere else. But my point is,
Wait.
my point is,
10 more seconds. 10 more seconds. Let me get this in real
I
quick.
ain't even get to make
So
my,
real
I ain't
quick,
even get to make my point.
Hold on one
He
second,
has to
Chris.
be with
I
their
got
truth.
you. I got you, Chris. I got you.
10 seconds.
Not a
10
coincidence.
seconds.
Land your plane right now, if you don't mind, bro. On that.
Yeah, so the point is that you see they're talking about free and unfree people of African descent in Texas. So it's no problem for there to be there. It's in the Constitution.
Okay. Chris Creer,
10 seconds.
you can make a statement, and I want to ask you.
See, we're talking about Black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we're on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African, and they need to see an Indian, and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
They were brought here from the soils of Africa.
This is the problem, Cuddy. I want to talk about what the black people say, what the black people went to. They want to go to some whole other shit. They run from
The question.
They can't find anybody who says what they say. Can you find?
Why are
somebody?
you lying? Martin Luther King.
No, he doesn't.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Hey, hold on. Didn't you just
Wait,
see me play?
No.
Okay.
Hey, listen, fam.
Go ahead.
Hey, bro, we're not gonna let you just come over here and say dumb shit when we have archaeologists that from the 1800s. Books, we got plenty of things.
But hold up, Chief.
I need him to address the
Not a
science,
coincidence.
bro. Don't
Not a
just
coincidence.
talk for points.
Not a coincidence. Didn't you just see
Address
me
the
play
science.
Eddie Griffin, and he just spoke to that? I just played Tariq Nasheed
No,
the
he
other
wants
day.
to find some pale skin.
I'm saying.
He needs a pale skin to say it.
I'm saying, what do you need? What are you saying that we're lacking?
So look, this is what you're lacking. Somebody made the claim that Martin Luther King says that we're Aboriginal. What I just put in the back chat is a speech.
No, he said we're exiled in our own land.
Don't do it. No, we're not about to do that.
Ain't y'all
We're not
saying
going
the same
backwards.
thing?
Let's go to what we could prove. He never said he was African. We
What's
know
the
that.
point?
Stop it. We're going back to the science.
All right.
No, you said that we don't have
All right,
any
stop.
foundation.
Hold
No,
on.
sir.
Hold on.
Only address
Can
the
I
science
say
that
what
we're
I'm saying?
providing.
It take me 10 seconds.
Okay, then address the science,
The
please.
claim was MLK saying exile their own land, which equals Aboriginal. What I'm saying, I put a speech from 1966, March 17th, where he says that we came from Africa and was in slavery. Y'all be lying.
Now let us notice first that we have made meaningful strides. And I think I should point out that the Negro himself has come a long, long way in re-evaluating his own intrinsic worth. In order to illustrate this, a little history is necessary. You will remember that it was in the year 1619 when the first Negro slaves landed on the shores of this nation. They were brought here from the soils of Africa. Not like the Pilgrim Fathers who landed at Plymouth a year later, they were brought here against their wills.
Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
See, we're talking about Black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we're on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 cause he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
Have a fucking history. They haven't done shit, and this is in motherfucking if you can Google it, sir. They haven't done shit. Those people's names is on those fucking inventions that they call African American. Those people goes back to nations here in America. So again, we can't talk about black people. We need to talk about nations. We need to talk about
Empress.
nations here in America.
Hold on, Empress. Let's play his. Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. Yeah. We created refrigerated trailers for a goddamn semi truck before. So you telling me only the slaves can create that, bro?
Thomas Jennings, listen, Thomas Jennings.
Okay, only the slaves can do this, bro.
Check this out. No, not. What do you mean?
How are we African? Is the point that I'm trying to make. We don't do shit. Nobody else in the world.
You know who
so how the
Thomas
fuck
Jennings
are we a different? How do we descend from a people that we don't do nothing alike?
All right, let me answer this question for you. Do you know who Thomas L. Jennings is?
Tell me about him, bro.
All right, he invented the first dry cleaner. His daughter, I forget her name, but she won a lawsuit way before Rosa Parks because she was being forced to sit in the back of the train trial. They told her to get off and shit like that. She sued New York City and won. These people, that's who they are. Thomas L. Jennings even says the same thing I'm saying. We descend from Africa, but we not African. We are American. Let me read you what he said. He says, our claim, this is in 1828. In front of New York Society for Mutual Relief. So slavery's still going on. He's a free man. He lives in New York. Our claims on America, you can say she's just what y'all don't like. Our claims on America, and I feel the same way that he's about what he's saying right now, it is the land that gave us birth. It is the land of our nativity. We know no other country. It is the land in which our fathers have suffered and toiled. They have watered it with their tears and fanned it with sighs. Our relationship with Africa is the same as the white man is with Europe, only with the difference: the one migrated voluntarily, the other was forced from home and all its pleasures. We have passed through several generations in this country, and consequently, we have become naturalized. Our habits, our manners, our passions, our dispositions have become the same. I might as well tell the white man about England, France, or Spain, the country whence his forefathers immigrated, and call him a European as for him to call us an African. The argument will hold as good in one case as the other. Africa is foreign to us as Europe is foreign to them. He's saying we came from there, we went through slavery, our people died here. This is in 1828, but we're not African.
So this is the dude that created the first dry cleaning business, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Ever, right?
Ever, yes.
Okay, what gave him the idea to create this dry cleaning? Like, how did he get that?
Bro, that's the wild.
No. Wait. No, not.
Shut up. You don't know nothing about anything.
What he should have learned instead of asking that silly question was that not all black people was enslaved. There was a strong black community that they had money because they created things and made money off their businesses and inventions. And they also played an active part in activism and getting civil rights for us. He should have learned that if it wasn't for these people, he wouldn't be able to be on the internet claiming that he's something that he isn't.
Break that lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, man. They wanna take up.
Hold on. We gonna keep it clean today. We gonna bang it out though for shit show. We definitely about to bang it out. But we gonna keep it on some information type shit because we know King Cass is a proxy of government agent and probably one of the oldest infiltrated groups by the COINTELPRO and FBI agents. So you know that's needless to say. You see what I'm saying? But yeah, man, King Cass, man, King Cass ain't never want to get his rematch on the debate that I smoked him in. I gave him an opportunity to get his shine back.
Look, I done showed y'all.
Bro, you ain't never showed the source in your life. You ain't never
No.
showed the source in your life, King Cass. You never showed the source. So don't say you showed nothing.
And then I direct y'all to the
No. Let's be correct. You have never showed. Get to the root of some things.
No, hold on. Let me just say this one thing. I
look,
put
let's
A1
do
source
it.
in the
Oh
back
my
chat.
God! I just
No,
want to get the information. Hey, I didn't get a chance to.
15
Okay,
seconds,
go
bro.
ahead.
15 seconds.
you
My
got it.
point is A1 uses source that don't agree with him. The source in the back is the source that he used talking about the craniology. That same source, it says that those people came across the Bering Strait. I asked A1, do you believe that? He even said yes. You can go and look at the video.
Look. In that article,
You
there
use
are
a source that said
multiple.
y'all came from the Bering
In
Strait.
that article, they are getting multiple opinions from other scientists as well as anthropologists. Now, James Chatter, the one who made that statement, has never went back or doubled down on what he said. Now, you don't understand what you reading. Every time listen, look. He
It
never
literally
said.
says this. It literally says new genetic evidence. This is the
No,
picture I
it
kept
says-
telling him to pull up.
it says-
New
it- it-
genetic
it
evidence
says
supports
modern
the
Native
hypothesis
Americans
that the
and the
people
first
in the
Americans came from
Americas
two
all
different
came.
homelands.
It says
That's what
the
it says.
first people in the Americas all came from Northeast Asia by crossing the land bridge known as Bering.
The
When
source
sea
that I
level,
put
that's
out
your
said that?
source.
Is
That's
the
your
source
source
that I
in the
pointed out
back.
said that? Man, get the
That's
fuck out of here,
your
bro.
source in the
Look,
back.
you
You can
man,
pull it up
listen,
right now. You
I'm
are
not
a
pulling
liar.
your source up. I'm not
No,
gonna
it's your
pull your
source.
source up.
It's your source. It's your source you used last night.
Are you screen sharing out of coincidence?
No, I
let's
can't.
deal
I'm
with
on
this
the
nigga
phone.
real
It's,
quick.
look,
Okay.
you can look in the back. It's
Which
his
I see you
source
put
from
something
last
in
night.
the back.
It's
Can
his
y'all
source
pull
from
up
last
that
night.
piece in the back that they posted? It's in the back. The Smithsonian piece.
Look,
This is
if
his
you
source.
screen share, look, let me screen share for him real quick.
Yeah, but you gotta realize that these archaeologists is also accumulating data based off of historical narrative. So when they find shit around a certain time frame, they oftentimes link it to a narrative that supports that time frame, which is the Bering Strait crossing. But we know that the Bering Strait crossing being debunked. That goes back to what we call Clovis first, and Clovis first been debunked. You can go to Tom Demaray's work. You can go and look at the North Carolina settlement. There's a few other things that debunk that. But so in the article, it also don't speculate, but it alludes based off his own understanding and perspective that these people are Negro and that they are different from the alleged Clovis first sightings that come from the Bering Strait. They're making distinct differences between the two.
Bro.
Okay.
They're literally saying that all those Americans, the ones even with the Negro features, came from Asia. They're saying that. You can look at it. It literally, I just read it to you. This
Let me
is what
share
his
my
source
screen,
says.
AP. Let me
This
share
is
my
his
screen. We're not gonna
source.
sit here. We're
This
not
is
gonna
his
sit here and
source.
do this. This nigga's
Go
crazy.
to the picture.
Okay,
and read
mute
it.
up, mute up. Let's get it. Let's get it. We got a screen share going. Let's get it.
We're not
Let's
gonna
get
do
it.
this today, man. We're not gonna do this. This nigga is fucking.
Look, that's not even the source.
Look, that's just one of them. That's the other one I'm
No,
gonna bang
no,
upside
no.
your head.
Hey, hold on. Hold on, A1. I'm gonna let you get your rebuttal in, but when the information, let them get it out, and then I'll let you get your rebuttal in as well to the response. Now, what he's pulling up is a source. Now, you can't constrict and confound someone to their sources. Someone could accumulate a multiple simplicity of sources that they can implement. So that means someone can pick and choose on which ones they want to verify the show and display. You see what I'm saying? So let's get it, man.
All right, so once again, here we go again, right? We back at the Smithsonian Magazine, and the article is dated 2007, right? It says DNA from a 12,000-year-old skeleton help answer the question. So they was already skeptical whether or not the modern Native Americans was even the original people from the gate, right? Who were the first Americans, okay? Now, in this particular article, right, there's a couple of different people who's chiming in on the actual scientific finds on this particular skull. Okay, right here you have Susan Bird, right? I get more and I deal more with James Chatter, right? So here in this particular article, we got James Chatter giving you his testimony, not the testimony that not a coincidence may think. This is what he's saying, okay? I'm gonna start it right here. It says, but there lies a puzzle. Modern Native Americans closely resemble people of China, Korea, and Japan, but the oldest American skeletons do not. Now he's making a clear distinction.
Facts.
He's saying, but the oldest American skeletons does not. Now, who's saying this? This is an archaeologist and a paleontologist by the name of James Chatter, lead author and study and owner of the applied paleoscience. Okay, now he goes on. He goes on in the next paragraph, right? It says a small number of early American specimens discovered so far have smaller and shorter faces and longer and narrower skulls than later Native Americans, more closely resembling modern people of Africa, Australia, and South Pacific Islands. This has led to speculation that perhaps the first Americans and Native Americans came from a different homeland. Okay? Say.
Keep going. No, that's not it. That's not it.
I don't have to. Look. The next paragraph is not his. He's not rebutting what he just said, or he's not doubling down. That is by somebody else. He put his claim out there already. He put his claim. In the next article going down.
All right, since you're not hiding nothing. Since you're not hiding nothing, can you read down? Since you're not hiding,
I don't need to read that because that's not my source.
Why don't you scroll
down? Can I ask what homeland did they say they come from? Like, because they're not saying they're Aboriginal to America, so they have to come from somewhere else.
Let the brother get through his source, man. Let him get it, man.
That's not my source. I'm using James Chatter's source, what is he again? He is a archaeologist and paleontologist. Do we need to look up what an archaeologist and paleontologist is?
No, you need to read that.
Do we need to look
source.
that up? Hold up. Oh, there's
that
more.
Source concludes that the first Americans came from somewhere else. Why are you lying?
Stop.
This is crazy.
I'm lying.
Because
the
source literally says they came from somewhere else.
Look, people in the chat room who got any sense, okay? Press 1 if you understand what I'm saying in this particular article. Why is he saying that modern Native Americans resemble the people of China, Korea, and Japan? But the first, he's making a clear distinction. When he say the first, he's talking about the Aborigines, because the word Aborigine means first. From time of existence.
But he said they had a different homeland. What are you talking about?
Okay.
They had that part.
But look, that is also a theory and a speculation within itself. I don't.
So you agree with everything, but
no, I don't. I'm using the fact that he is clarifying that the.
DNA from a 12,000-year-old skeleton helps answer the questions: who were the first Americans?
Is it?
It says, but come in a little bit. But therein lies a puzzle. Modern Native Americans closely resemble people of China, Korea, and Japan, but the oldest American skeletons do not.
Says archaeologist and paleontologist James Chatters, lead author on the study and the owner of the Applied Paleo Science and Research Consulting Services based in Bothell, Washington. Come on down, son. A1.
Hold up. Oh, my bad. Yeah, hold up. There you go. Oh, it's right here. Here you go.
Okay, it says the small number. It says the small number of early American specimens discovered so far have smaller and shorter faces and longer and narrower skulls than later Native Americans, more closely resembling the modern people of Africa, Australia, and the South Pacific. This has led to speculation that perhaps the first Americans and Native Americans came from different homelands. Chatters continue. So let's just stop right there. What is your analysis on that statement that was made that the earliest Americans had shorter faces and longer, narrower skulls than later Native Americans, and they were more closely associated with the people of Africa, Australia, and the South Pacific?
And who was it by again? And who was it? He's a what? An archaeologist and paleontologist?
No problem.
I just want to point that out there too. All right, so go ahead. I just want to point that out there too.
I've been said black people, not black people, but not everybody's that dark skin.
My dude, you get said we from Africa, bro. No. You're not gonna do this, my dude. You're not gonna do. You are full of shit, bro.
Watch this. Keep reading.
We ain't gotta keep reading. We done. I'm gonna go to another article for you. I'm gonna go to another article for you. I don't need to even go in there because I got plenty of them. Look. I got.
So the reason he jumps from that article is because he's scared what that article really says. And here's A1's article. It's really simple. They didn't want to go read no further, right? Where it says this. This is why they stopped at that picture. It says new genetic evidence supports the hypothesis that the first people in the Americas all came from Northeast Asia by crossing a land bridge known as Beringia. When sea levels arose after the last ice age, the land bridge disappeared. So this is what pseudos do. They show a source and they hide their hand. They don't want to go into what the rest of the source says, right? So this source is not saying nothing about, these people were here, they was always here. No, they're saying these people came from somewhere else. Yes, there was different people groups that came. It was different migrations. That's what they all came from this way and through this water. That's just how it goes. This led to the speculation that perhaps the first Americans and Native Americans came from different homelands or migrated. Or migrated from Asia at different stages in their evolution. I mean, what more is there to say? They get more and more pseudo as it goes. So yeah, this article doesn't say that they didn't come from anywhere else. Yep, and they got DNA from the tooth. And check out what it says. The researchers focus on the mitochondria, which is used by geneticists to examine how populations are related. Mitochondrial DNA is more abundant than DNA found in cells' nucleus, so it's easier to study. Researchers focus especially on haplotypes, which are sequences of the genes that mutate more slowly than the rest of the mitochondrial DNA. Their analysis showed that Naya's mitochondrial DNA contains a haplotype that occurs in modern Native Americans and is only found in the Americas. Scientists believe it evolved in Baragena. So yeah, them Native Americans today that the abos try to say that are faking, well, they actually got DNA ties to Naya. So that's one source down. Where was we?
I got plenty of. You want to read this one too?
Matches to the Native
Look,
Americans.
you want to read this one too?
He don't want to read it because it says the DNA matches to the Native Americans.
You want to read?
You heard me telling him that. He switched it. I'm telling him that at the same time. He don't want to read it because the DNA matches. As we can see, this article that he put up there is from 1939. That says itself right there. He's just so hung up on the fact that they're trying to say these people are Negroid looking from their skeleton remains. That's fine, but you're still not those people. You're still not those people, no matter how much you try, brother.
That's why he switched
1939.
Yo,
You want to read this one from
the DNA
1939?
matches to the Native
Do
Americans.
you want
Every
to
source
read this
you
from
use,
1939?
don't say
He
what
didn't
he
do
said.
no
Like I
DNA
keep
on him. He
saying.
did it by observation.
Yes,
That's
it
why he
says
said
it in
Africa.
there. You're
One mic,
lying.
man, for the people, one mic.
He didn't even read his article. You see how he said it didn't say anything about DNA in there. Let's see if I can rewind a little bit and catch in line. Oh yeah, like this shit is horrible, and this is who they look up to.
Look.
Hold on.
I got plenty of. You want to read this one too?
DNA matches to the Native
Look,
Americans.
you want to read this one too?
He don't want to. He don't want to read it because it says the DNA matches to the Native Americans.
You want to read
That's
this
why
one
he
from
switched it.
1939?
Yo,
You want to read this one from 1939?
I know his source better than he does.
Every source
this
you
from
use,
1939.
don't say
He
what
didn't
he
do
said.
no
Like I
DNA
keep
on him. He
saying.
did it by observation.
Yes,
That's
it
why he
says
said
it in
Africa.
there. You're
One mic, man, for the people, one mic. Hey, I know y'all passionate about y'all.
The next paragraph literally says the DNA matches to the Native Americans.
I don't want to talk.
He's lying, y'all. This is what he
Can I
does.
ask a question? Okay, hold on, y'all. Hold on. So, with the next statement saying that the DNA matches with current Native Americans, right? So let's make logical sense of this, not a coincidence. Okay. So the earliest skeletons, right? The earliest skeletons say they resemble peoples Africa, the South Pacific, and Australia, right? But the later Native Americans resemble people of China, Japan, and Korea, right? That's what it said. So why would the people's DNA who look Chinese, right, and look Korean and look Asian, why is their DNA coming up the same as people who phenotypically look African, South Pacific, and Australia?
Why is he using a source that says that? It's not. Listen, look at his source.
Come on, bro.
No, I can. Yo, bro, I can easily answer.
Come on,
stop. Yo, every
See,
time
this
I say
what we
something, y'all
saying,
can't
bro.
jump in. No, this is what I'm saying.
Because
I don't even
ask
get
you a
it.
simple question and you dance, bro.
I don't even.
Been saying that the DNA matches with current Native Americans, right? So let's make logical sense of this, not a coincidence. Okay. So the earliest skeletons, right? The earliest skeletons say they resemble peoples Africa, the South Pacific, and Australia, right? But the later Native Americans resemble people of China, Japan, and Korea, right? That's what it said. So why would the people's DNA who look Chinese, right, and look Korean and look Asian, why is their DNA coming up the same as people who phenotypically look African, South Pacific, and Australia?
Why is he using a source that says that? It's not. Listen, look at his source.
Come on, bro.
No, I can. Yo, bro, I can easily answer.
Come on,
stop. Yo, every
See,
time I
this
say
what we
something,
saying,
y'all
bro.
can't jump in. No, this is what I'm saying.
Because ask you a simple question and you dance, bro.
I don't even get
Dance.
that.
We laughing at you and the people in the chat room laughing at you. You think you Look, you think
I
we the
don't care
only one
about the
laughing
chat.
at
I
you?
don't
Not a
even look in the
coincidence?
chat. I don't
Not a
look in the chat.
coincidence.
I can care
Do
less.
you think we the only one laughing
I
at
can
you?
care less.
Well, this how pseudo these dudes are. They go everywhere but to the information. Every time I talk, they're gonna interrupt me. You just see the pseudo tactics in full display, and it says a lot about their community, man. It seems like they're very immature. Very.
The people in the chat room is laughing at you right now, sir. So I don't know if you want to continue this or maybe go lick your wounds and come back another day like they do in fucking cartoons.
Yeah,
So you
you
can
just
live through
dance like
another
a
day. But
motherfucker.
you getting
You
your ass
dance.
destroyed, man, and you
First
sitting
of
up in
all,
here
first
buck
of all,
dancing, man.
First of
You
all,
made an
nobody's buck dancing.
explanation for every
Yo,
factual
bro.
thing we presented to you, just like the European did.
Let me know when I can get 60
Did
seconds.
you send that nigga up here?
Nigga, if you gonna answer Ab question, Ab ask you a simple question, bro. Come on.
Hold on. You ain't from the same tribe as Rob Noxious.
Go ahead, man. I mean, look. I'm having fun, so we could do this all night.
Oh, we can. I don't got no problem.
I mean, hey, I don't know if you're gonna last, but we could do it all night and shit. Like,
So can you answer the question?
It's a damn shame, man. They'll sit around and play with the information, but they don't want to get to it. He's showing sources from 1939. Supposed to be on Science, almost 100 years old. Every time I talk, they interrupt me. But watch, I killed them the whole time. The whole time. Every source he pulled out.
Y'all gonna let
was
me
wrong.
listen?
go ahead.
Repeat the question.
Give us an explanation.
But
All
you
right.
gotta listen. Hold on, Ab. Can I just get 60 seconds to answer the question?
Take off, my nigga. Oh,
No,
yeah.
Ask the question and then I'm gonna answer. But please, nobody cut me off. I don't get the point. Y'all cut me off every time.
He can't dance though,
All
Ab.
right.
Come on now. He can't dance now.
I mean, I don't know what he gonna do after I ask it. I just gotta focus on asking it the proper way so that the people could understand. So
I just want to be able
the
to answer
article,
a question fully.
the article that we reference it made very definitive statements, right? It said that the earliest Americans, right, they have a different skeletal morphology than the current Americans. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
All right, cool. Now, also in the article, it makes a definitive.
Why is he on? This is shit I don't get. Why is he going all over this part? Where they say the DNA matches the Native Americans there today. The analysis showed that Nye's mitochondrial DNA contains haplogroups that occur in Native Americans and is only found in the Americas, believed to evolve in parents are straight. Even in that picture that he's showing, he did not want to read this part. Where it says these people came from Asia and crossed the land bridge. They don't do that though.
Definitive statement that the skeletal morphology of the earliest Americans are more closely related to the skeletal morphology of Africans, Australians, and South Pacific Islanders. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
All right, cool. Now it also makes another postulation that the modern Native Americans, right, are more closely skeletal morphology is more closely associated with people of Japan, Korea, and China. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
All right, cool. So we all on agreement up until this point. All right, cool. Now, when it comes to the DNA, right? Because you said we're gonna read under it, right, to where it says, but the DNA says that the DNA matches with the modern Native Americans, right? My question is, how can the DNA of ancient Americans, right, who phenotypically look like Africans, Pacific Islanders, and Australians, right? How could they have the same DNA of people who phenotypically look nothing like.
My boy Ab took a long road to get to know it. That shit is crazy. He said, how could the DNA, basically he's asking me, how could the DNA not match what the people look like? He's forgetting this is 10,000 years later, and these people mixing with these different groups that came from Asia, some dark skin, some light skin, which created the Native Americans you see today. He's missing that point. It's sad. He's letting that go over his head.
Like them.
Because we're talking about tens of thousands of years and these people mixing. It's more than one wave of migration.
Well, he just said the first. He just said the first people here. Okay, he said he used terms that
So
strictly
automatically,
tell you
if
what
they
time. He
say
used time.
first,
No,
that
he
means other
used
people
terms
came after.
that give you a different reality
Hold
and
on.
time. He said
Hold on.
modern, which is new.
Can you?
But he said
All right,
the
can you?
first. The
Okay,
first,
tell
the
me.
Aboriginal. He said the
Fine.
Aboriginals of America
He didn't say that.
resemble. He said first. Aboriginal means
Okay.
first. From
So
time of
first would mean
existence.
there's a second
Aboriginal means
also.
first.
Okay, but if there's a
Okay,
first, that means there's a
it
second
means
also,
first.
right?
So what I'm doing is I'm paraphrasing. I'm going to take first out and use it and apply Aboriginal Americans. Do you have
Okay,
any problem
fine.
with that?
The
Okay,
no.
they resemble what? Africans, Australians, and South Pacific Islanders.
fine.
Now, do you know
I
why he's
agree.
injecting that? Do you know why he's injecting that?
Yes, because they was melanated. That don't make
Okay,
them
they was
Negro.
melanated,
I don't
right?
know.
Okay,
No, not just because they were melanated, but because these people
Because of the
Oh.
skull.
do
skull.
similar phenotypic and cranial morphological behaviors, right? So it ain't just because there's melanin, right? There's actual science behind that to back that these people have the same craniometrics as other skulls that we've found in other places, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you
Okay.
want to move on to the next article, sir? You
Hold
wanna
on,
move to the next
no,
one?
let's
'Cause
stay
we got
right here
more. It's
because
more.
listen.
It's
Listen.
more.
All right,
It's
bro.
more.
Come on. So
Do
basically,
you
I don't
want
got
to?
to
Do you want to see another
No, go
article?
ahead. Present your information, bro. Obviously, y'all don't want nothing to hear nothing I got to say.
I mean, you
Because
answered
you
the
didn't
question,
read.
but that
No.
question.
This is what he didn't want to share. This is exactly what he didn't want to share. How it says this. New genetic evidence supports the hypothesis that the first people in the Americas all came from Northeast by crossing a land bridge known as Bering. Right? That's what he don't want to show. What else he don't want to show? What they at when they talk about the DNA? Right here. The analysis showed that Naya's mitochondrial DNA contains a haplotype that occurs in modern Native Americans and is only found in the Americas. This is his source, not mine. His source, not mine. But this is the shit that they hide from the people. That they show them a source like, look, it said they was dark skinned. So what? That's been out. We know when they first came over here, there was no white people in the world. That white gene doesn't populate in the world until about 10 to 8,000 years ago. But we know Native Americans started coming over here 13, 14, 20,000 years ago. So it couldn't have been no white people. Of course they was dark, but not all dark-skinned people are the same. And these Native Americans are not that. If they did, they would have the DNA. They don't got it. They fronting.
What you about to say?
You want to share a screen? Do you need to share your screen, or you just freestyling?
There's a reason you didn't read the whole article.
I don't
That's
have
it. You're
to.
fronting.
I don't
Because
have
it's
to.
gonna
I don't. He
debunk
shouldn't be
you.
making an
The
outlandish
article
statement saying that the
debunks
first
you.
Americans
No.
look like Africans, Australians, and South Pacific.
Yo,
I'm
listen.
using my brain at that point in time.
No, you're not.
I'm
bro.
not.
You're
I'm not going to be
You
on
didn't read
the
the whole
planet and just
article.
read it like, oh, I'm happy
The
to read
article
something.
don't
No,
agree with
I'm
what you're
going to
saying.
critical think at that point in time.
Nah.
Because there's
Yeah,
other
you want to
articles that
cherry pick.
listen, my
You
man,
want to
listen,
cherry pick.
listen,
That's
Wait,
exactly
hold
what
on.
you're cherry
Let me
picking.
clear it up real quick, A1.
You
So,
cherry
not
picking.
a coincidence.
He's cherry
From your
picking.
understanding, there's people in China right? That have the same genetic sequence as us, and they look Chinese and Korean.
No.
Okay, but that's what you're saying.
No,
with
that's
this
not
article.
what I'm saying. No, I'm saying people who are Negroes have the same genetic sequence as us. There's other dark-skinned people who ain't Negroes. I don't know what you go to
Okay,
7-Eleven,
but
a gas
the
station,
article,
you see a
but the
dark-skinned
article,
Indian, you don't say he's
hold
you.
on.
I
But
don't
the
know what
article
you're
is
talking about.
specifying locations where predominantly there are Negroes, right?
Bro,
Not other dark people. Wait, hold on. Let's be clear. Is the South Pacific, are they phenotypically majority Negroes?
That's a fact.
No, they're not. Let's be clear. That article shows.
All
That
right.
article clearly
That's
shows
a
the
fact.
Bering Strait.
Hold on.
It shows the Bering Strait. Do you agree with that?
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let you get in on the questions. I promise. I'm just trying to get some clarity. Now, he named another place. He said Africa. Is Africa represented phenotypically by Negroes?
Bro, that article showed the Bering Strait. Are y'all saying y'all came from the Bering
Bro,
Strait? That article don't agree with you.
My man,
Everything y'all show don't agree.
You're right.
So do you agree with the Bering Strait? That's my point.
You're right.
You trying to use something cherry pick, bro?
Listen,
Like,
we don't
fuck
even
outta
have to
here.
stay in this article. We can go to another article and you can read what he said. He
So
said
look,
the same thing. No. He said the same fucking thing. So why did he say what he said? Okay, so why did he say what he said? Why did he say what he said?
Well, hold on. I just want to ask when you hold on,
Hold
Samir, but not a coincidence. When we're dealing with scientific data, as a scientist, are you going to take all the data, or are you going to take the data?
You're
that's
supposed to
necessary?
take all the data. You're going to take all the data.
Well, the data
You
that
can't pick and
the data.
choose.
No, I'm not saying no.
You can't pick and choose
I
from that study, bro.
misspoke. I didn't say that in a way you could understand it. That's not what I'm saying. Are you going to take all the data and say, if I'm trying to create, for instance, antidote for something, there's going to be tests that are incorrect, or there's going to be, tests that we run and shit didn't work that way.
These dudes are worse when it comes to information. Let me skip this shit up because they'll just drag shit along. They don't want to show the whole article. They never do. Let me go to his next source.
Africa, South Pacific Islander in Australia. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Do you understand why he's saying that, though?
Because
they
they
came from there.
That's what he believes.
He's saying they came from there.
He's saying they came from there.
That's why he's saying it.
So, it's crazy. They laughing about it. This is the article. They're literally saying the people came from Asia, crossing the Bering land bridge, the Bering Sea. This is their article. Pseudo died they source, man. And they got the nerve to be laughing. That's a nervous laugh. That's a pseudo laugh. I saw that.
What? You think it's a trick question? You think it's a trick question? So you think by him saying first Americans resemble Africans, you think he playing?
Bro, because y'all
so you think he don't mean what he said?
Read the rest of the article. Look, read the rest of the article about the Australians selling to South America.
Let's move on to the next one. I got another one for you.
No,
if you like that one, I got another one for you. Look,
he want to run.
I got another one for you. I ain't got to run because we got more. We got more.
The people you use are saying
when you
that
got a point up, you don't have to just stay on. You don't have to stay on one map. You don't have to stay on one topic. You lost.
How can I disagree with gang? I literally just read the article word for word, and it literally said this speculates that there's two different homelands that these people came from, right? Now that doesn't mean. Hold on. Okay, right. Got you. Hey, got you. Hold on. Can I finish?
He says that one comes.
Can I finish? Now he found this. Hold on, gang. Hold on. You're not understanding, right? He named several different geographical locations. The reason that he named that is so that you can get a picture of what the people morphology would be like, right? Okay, so because he found because he found skulls that predate the Bering Straits skulls, and they more closely resemble people of South Pacific Asia and Africa and Australia, then he has to deduce that these people must have came here based on the current science and common consensus at the time.
He says, this is what he says, bro. Y'all acting like I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. I don't know why.
I just read this shit.
Bro,
Let's
that's
go to
no, I've
another
been
article.
new,
You want
bro.
to read this
He
one?
said,
Actually,
yo,
let's move on. Let's move
he
on.
said
Fuck
there
this
was a
nigga.
migration of 14,000.
He's not controlling the platform. Fuck what this nigga talking about. Fuck what he talking about. Fuck what he talking about. We don't keep on entertaining him, bro. This nigga think he fucking crazy, yo. Fuck this.
Like, fuck
He
y'all,
think
y'all
we
won't even
crazy. He's
show the
still
whole
talking
story.
about it. He's still talking about the same
Because
shit.
you're lying, bro.
He's still. How am
When
I
he
lying?
says-
How am I
so,
lying?
Yes or
How
no?
am I
Does he say
lying?
there was a migration?
How
14,000
am I lying? I'm showing and proving, and I'm still lying.
Bro,
Was
they
there a
interviewed
migration
the people with the
14,012?
Archeloid.
Look.
South America.
Ab, can you want to run through this real quick?
Oh my God! What you say, gang?
I'm gonna run through this one real quick because I already know.
Yeah.
I already know he gonna
So
try
the
to
guy he
debate you on
just
it. So
used
go ahead.
said the Americans came across the Bering Strait. I don't know.
This source does him horribly bad. Like I got the source. This shit actually says, if you read the top line, several studies concerning the extra continental morphological affinities of Paleo-Indian skeletons carried out independently in South and North America have indicated that the Americas were first occupied by non-mongoloids that made their way to the New World through the Bering Strait in ancient times. Why is A1 reading sources that say they came through the Bering Strait when first they say they never came from the Bering Strait? And now we can go. My favorite part, we can go right to this. You know, I got his source right here. We go right to the last line. This dude is the worst, man. Now, the results obtained clearly confirm the idea. So the results obtained clearly confirm. It confirms it now. The idea that the Americas were first colonized by a generalized Homo sapiens population which inhabited East Asia. Come on, A1. You got to do way better than that, man. That's horrible. I don't even remember what he said about this shit, but come on, man.
Hold on.
Acting like he didn't
Hold on.
say
Let me read this. Hopefully, I'm not gonna be dyslexic or misinterpret. I'm gonna try to read it slow so that I don't convolute it like we do, like not a coincidence. Thanks, we do it.
No, but bro, did he say that they came from a different place or no?
What was the question?
Did he say that the Americans came from somewhere else or no?
He said the speculation is because, listen, use your logic. Because he found two different sets of skulls,
Bro,
right?
hold on. Let's just do this.
I'm
asking what he said.
Or hypothesizing that because there's two different types of people's skulls here, there may be two different origins of the first Americans. That's all he's saying. He's not saying they came from South Pacific Asia. He's not saying they came from Africa. He's not saying they came from Australia. He's saying this is the cranial morphology of these people. These are the most similar people today that you can kind of compare them to. That's what all he's saying in that article.
Can you answer my question? Does he say that these people came from somewhere else?
No.
If they came from somewhere else, sir, they cannot be American.
No.
So I don't care about. I'm talking about what this white man said. That it was a big ass.
Hold on. Even if they came from somewhere else, if they were here before, hold on. Hypothetically, if they came from somewhere else, if they were here before the Siberian or the other skulls that they found that are more closely related with Koreans and Chinese, right? If they were here first, even science agrees with that, then those would be the phenotypic people that we need to attest to be the first Americans and not the Native Americans. Wouldn't you think so?
Yes, I do. But that has nothing to do with. Now, I agree with you. Those people would phenotypically be the first Native Americans and not the ones we see today. Science proves that, yes. But the same science y'all using says that their DNA matches and that they came from somewhere else. That's
Can I
all I'm
explain
saying.
that?
No, hold on. Hold on.
I'm gonna be quick. I'm gonna be concise.
No,
I'm gonna be so
let him explain it.
Run
Does
through
it
this
say that
article
or
right
not?
here, and then
Does
let
it say
him
that or not?
respond on this one right here. Because let's move
No,
on. Let's
let
move
him.
on. Let's
We're
move
not
on.
gonna
No,
finish
we're
right
not.
now.
We're not staying there. We're not gonna keep
Of
staying
course,
here.
you don't.
We're
We're
not
not
gonna
gonna
It's
keep
keep
gonna take
answering
me
the
2
question.
seconds.
Nah,
It's gonna
nah,
take me
nah,
2
nah.
seconds to break these down, gang.
Let's see.
The reason that they
You
have
keep
similar
giving
genetics, not a
explanation.
Nah, I ain't
coincidence.
asked you the reason.
Hold
I
on,
asked you
not
to
a
say
coincidence.
it though.
Giving
I asked you to
Let me
say
help
say
you
it.
read
I
it.
ain't asked you the reason, bro.
Hold on, A1. I'm
Ask
gonna be
you
real
if the
quick.
same.
Hold on,
No,
not a
my
coincidence.
question is. Hold on. My
I'm
question
about to
is:
answer it.
does the science you're using in that article say that they came from somewhere else and the DNA matches some of them?
Does the science say what? One more time.
Does the article, that science y'all using out of that article, does it say that the DNA matches some of the Native Americans today? And does it say that they came from somewhere else?
It does. Now, can I explain?
Go ahead.
Now, the reason. Now, I'm gonna ask you this: are Native Americans today mixed?
Yes.
All right. So, if the original ancient Americans who were phenotypically more closely associated with sub-Saharan Africans and all those other places, right? And then they mixed with other people, would they still have a genetic connection, even though they wouldn't look phenotypically like their ancestors?
Yeah.
Okay. Would that explain why you would find skulls, right, that are phenotypically associated one way, right? But the DNA still has similarities to some of it because they could have an ancestor of an ancient American who would have resembled a sub-Saharan African, a Pacific Islander, but yet they phenotypically are Native Americans, but they carry the ancient American DNA because they have an ancestor somewhere down the line. Would that be possible?
Yeah.
Would that
I
be
don't
an
think,
explanation?
I don't think that's,
No, it
I don't
wouldn't
think
be.
that's it, bro.
No, it wouldn't be though.
I don't think that's it, bro.
You're
Because
gonna read the article
it's still a
I have,
true
man.
job.
hey,
Wanna
y'all,
read
let
the
me say
article
something
He
real
he
quick.
wrote
Let me
from
say
every
something real
source.
quick. Let me say something real quick.
This is crazy. They do all this to get past all of this. Like I said, the last sentence of the paragraph summarizes everything. This is their source. This is what they showing. Shit is crazy. I'm not even showing. Like, stop playing, man. The results obtained clearly confirm the idea that the Americas were first colonized by a generalized Homo sapien population which inhabited East Asia. Well, how did they get there? Let's see what it says. It says several studies. How did they get there? Several studies concerning the extracontinental morphology affinities of Paleo-Indian skeletons carried out independently in South and North America have indicated that the America was first colonized by non-Mongoloids that made their way to the New World through the Bering Strait in ancient times. It's really that simple, man. And they doing all this talking for what? I forgot what they was even talking about. Not the source.
Interpreted information. I'm going to let them interpret it.
Are you
All right,
are
my
you
dude.
listening?
Here we go. Slave.
No,
Now,
listen. Are
let's
you
go.
listening?
Look. Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Go ahead. Let's go.
Like I said, listen. Like I said,
Let's
yes.
go. The term is
As
right
of
there.
the
You could
13th
read it
century,
yourself
I'm
and do it.
reading. I'm
Read the
reading
term
it.
slave
Listen.
itself and
So this is what A1's trying to do. A1's trying to make it seem like, oh, because in the etymology, it don't say African American or Africans. That means that they can't be slaves. But he yo, this dude is so pseudo, it's ridiculous. So let's really look at what it says, and then we're gonna hear what he says. He wants to skip over this whole part right here. This the part he doesn't want you to read this part, right? So it says late 13th century, so 1200s and beyond. A person who is the chattel or property of another. Cool. So we understand what slave means. Down here, which he likes to point out, because it says these Slavs, that's where they get the word slave from. And this is what I try to point out to him. Yeah, the word comes from these people, these Slavic people. They was enslaved in Eastern Europe, or in Europe, Asia, and Africa, never America. And even his source says this. So this is the third source he showed, and he's 0-3. It says the oldest written history of the slaves can be shortly summarized, or the Slavs can be shortly summarized. Myriads of slave hunts and the enthrallment of entire peoples. The slave was the most prized of human goods, with increased strength outside his marshy land of origin, hardened to the utmost against all privations, industrious, content, with little good humor, and cheerful. He filled the slave markets of Europe, Asia, and Africa. So this goes to his pseudo claim that, the Slavs were brought to America as slaves. Well, your etymology don't say that. So where are you really getting that from? Where are you really getting that from?
Time they get slaves, they
Where the
automatically
ref
take
at?
their ass.
Where's the referee at?
Say what?
I ain't noticed no flag.
Can you?
What you want me to blow? I can blow the whistle.
What do you
First
mean?
down.
Listen.
First
No,
down.
what I'm saying is I gotta. He's making a false claim that I'm
Read
not making.
the
I never said the
definition.
word slave
Read.
only
No,
has to do with
you
Africa.
ain't saying nothing. You
Oh,
just said a
I
bunch of
said
shit that
slave has to
determines
do.
what the term is. You just said they changed it. Now read the definition and tell me that the term slave itself, which they make it seem like only black people was enslaved. When we go to the etymology of the term, does the definition reflect on
Bro,
any
that's not my
Africans
claim.
being
That's
taken
your
from
claim.
Africa being brought to America? Yes or no?
Oh, this looks like
Look,
it has 3 continents of people that filled the
And I'm gonna
markets.
pull
hold
Negro
on.
up for you real quick. And
Hold
look,
on.
and I'm gonna pull Negro up
Yo,
for you so you can point
you
out
want
what
me
you
to
was
read it or
pointing out
not? You want
before.
me to read it or not?
Read it. Go ahead. I'm gonna mute my mic. Go ahead. Read it.
Like I said, the point I was all right. It says late 13th century, person who was chattel or property of another. So as of the 13th century, that means
Keep
anybody.
going.
It just
Keep
has
going.
nothing. No,
That's one
that's
of the
my point
sentences.
right
That's
there.
one of the definitions.
No,
Keep
that's my
going.
Okay,
point,
just
bro.
read the
No,
whole
No,
thing.
bro.
look. Why is it?
Bro,
No,
I'm
no,
not
no.
reading
That's
the
one
whole
of
thing
the
because y'all not even
definitions, my
listening
dude.
to my point. He's over there making false claims that I'm not making. That's my point. I'm telling you, as of the 13th century, yo,
Did
bro.
he just say something about the term slave in the definition?
Oh yeah, I believe you were saying that it was
And he
only
was saying
because
it
they were
more in
movement.
reference to where now it says Africans.
No,
was
I
what?
never said that. I don't know why y'all are saying I only said it if it's
Yo, they will put words in your mouth, boy. They don't. They hear what they want. They don't go by what anything actually says. Like he's just freestyling this whole shit. Dude. It's a damn shame that they actually look up to him. Like he got something to offer.
That's my point. I never fucking
Oh,
said that.
okay. Well then I misunderstood.
I don't know why y'all are saying that. I sat there and said multiple times, anybody can be enslaved.
It
is
ain't no
not just a
anybody
specific
can be
ethnic.
enslaved when it's a fucking
All right,
ethnicity
hold on
group.
real quick. Let me get in here to see if I can clear something up real quick.
This is crazy.
Not a coincidence.
This is crazy.
So when you say we were enslaved, like when you be talking to us and we be making points about certain historical facts, right? When you say we, right, are you acknowledging that every single type of people were slaves in that context? Or are you saying it just specifically for us as so-called
No,
African
I'm
American?
saying anybody can be enslaved. Anybody, every there isn't a people group who wasn't enslaved by another people group or the same people group.
Okay, so when we talking about history and referencing it, and you make the reference that we wasn't just indigenous, that some of us were slaves, right? Are you acknowledging that every other type of people or race or ethnicity were slaves? So who is the we that you're referring to exactly is what I'm asking.
I don't really understand your question. Slave and indigenous, an indigenous person can be enslaved. So I don't really understand.
Okay, so is it from your understanding that the majority of black people were slaves at a certain point in time? In America?
In America, yes. Not in the world. No.
Right, in America.
Yeah, but not in the world.
Okay, so once again, do you acknowledge that there was different types of slaves in America other than black people?
Yeah, but not white people.
So read the definition. So
listen,
we only hold up. You only can use that term. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. You only can use the term slave according to.
It clearly says he filled the slave markets of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Why don't say America? But he's trying to use this as a source for it to say in America.
Hold up, brother. I'm asking you a question now. Answer the question.
In this etymology, it only says Europe,
Answer the question. Answer the question. You only can use the term slave according to the definition that you know, right? Yes or no, right? You only can use the term according to the definition, right? Huh? You only can use it according to the definition, right?
No. You're supposed to use it.
What you mean, no?
No,
we got the definition right in front of you, making your own definition up for the term slave. You doing the same shit that history has done to us.
All right, let's
let's read it. Let's read it and let's see does it say anything about Africans being brought from America. The motherfucking
Look, there you go right there. You heard him. Where does it say that Africans was brought to the Americas? It don't have to say that in the etymology of slave. That's not what it's for. For the 13th century, any person who was a chattel or property of another, that's what it says. Oh yeah. Like, what is he? And then he trying to make a whole nother, he makes a whole claim up. Who says that the definition of the word slave comes from Africans or black people? Who made that up? Like, what false claim? Where's he getting that false claim from? Like, this shit is ridiculous. So that's what most of them do. They make a false claim and act like they project it like somebody actually said it. Nobody said that shit. But the truth is, the history in America is black people, for the most part, was brought here as slaves. I like, that's it. Look at us now, though. We came, we saw, we conquered, took over a whole island, fought for our rights here, got them, and still pushing forward. We ain't even been here that long. We doing better than the people that's been here forever. Like, this is crazy.
Etymology of the word don't say nothing about Africans. You just said white people couldn't be slaves, right? But then I gotta highlight it where it say I got it highlighted where it say see slaves. You just said white people cannot be enslaved. Yes, you did. You just told IFTV that.
When the fuck did I say white people can't be slaves? I said white people were not slaves in America. And it don't say that in his etymology. This nigga's slow. That's what they do. They make false claims. They act like you said one thing, and then they act like you say something stupid, so they can easily jump on that because they can't attack what you really said because they have no standing. Like this dude. So let me play this shit.
lying. I said in America. That's exactly what I said. So why are you lying?
So
I
the
know
term
you're
slave,
lying.
as
So
we
listen,
know it,
what I am
was
gonna tell
told
you,
to
this
us falsely.
etymology is gonna tell you that white people
No,
wasn't
it was
slaves
told
in
to us
Africa,
falsely.
Europe, and
The
Asia.
Do we
term
need a
never
timer?
applied
Do,
And
to
do you
us.
in
think?
this
Do you suggest a
etymology,
timer? Anybody? Maybe we need a timer or something. We
in
put a
this
timer on the screen. Is this gonna resolve this?
etymology,
This guy.
in
Move
this
on
no,
to the next
because
question, brother.
you
All
make
right,
a
move on to the next
no.
question, 'cause you
Let's
go-
stay right
move
here.
on to the
Let's
next
stay right
question,
here.
bro. Move on to the next
No,
question,
no,
my man.
no,
I ain't got
no,
all
no,
day
no.
for this shit right here.
Yo,
man.
don't
Okay.
cut me off. What I'm
Oh,
saying is, in the etymology,
just
it says
break
Europe,
them down.
Asia, and Africa, white people wasn't slaves. It don't say America. Y'all
Okay,
bugging.
so
So let's read it.
can I just ask a question?
If
I
it
just want to ask.
mentions the term of it being applied here, then why wouldn't they be here?
Yo, bro,
The
according
term
to your
applies to
according
them,
to
so
your
why wouldn't
etymology,
they be? So it's telling you that they was in America because the only
Yo.
Slav or slaves it could be is
it don't say
people
that.
of the Slavic
So read.
race.
No,
Bro,
that's
bro,
not
bro,
what
hey,
it says.
hold on. Not
It
a
don't say
coincidence.
that.
On some real shit, bro. On some real shit, it say late 1300. So that's like 3 centuries before 1600, bro.
Yeah, and that
300
means
years.
every time, and that means
That's more than
ever
a
since the
lifestyle, more than a culture of
yeah,
being
but
a slave.
bro, that means listen to me. That means ever since 13th century that anybody can
It
who
don't
is
say
properly another
anybody.
person
It
is a
say
slave.
Slavs, my
It
man.
don't. Yes,
It
bro.
don't
It
say
says
anybody.
person.
It don't point out
Listen
Asians.
to
It
me.
don't point
Let me
out
tell you what it.
Africans. It don't point out Americans. It don't point out Indians. It don't point out
I'm putting it
nobody
on
else.
2-minute timer right now.
Listen.
Hold on, real quick. One. Maybe we can clear it up like this. So you're basically saying, not a coincidence, that originally the term slave did come from Slavs, but throughout time it changed, right? It's
Yes.
social context in me. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right. So
Why would
how
somebody
you?
from
Hold
France?
on, real quick. So
Can I
how
say
you would
one
figure
more
this
thing?
out,
One
y'all?
more thing,
How would
and
you
I'll
figure?
go on mute. Can I say
Huh?
one more thing? I'm going on mute.
Go ahead.
What I'm trying to say, listen, when I say A1 uses this wrong, what I'm trying to say is that as of the 13th century, it's saying anybody who's property. But also when they get into the ethnic group of these Slavic people, they saying these Slavic people was only enslaved in Europe, Asia, and Africa. It don't say America. And if you read this etymology, that's what it says. So I don't know where he's getting
Okay.
anything about America.
So this is hold on. This is the
What's good, bro?
Shit, just cool. How you?
Chilling, bro.
Peace, and welcome to The Breakdown. I'm your host, Clary. Now, whether we call it African American vernacular English, Black English, Ebonics, or just the way Black folks talk, the cadences, phrases, and expressions birthed within African American culture demonstrate a unique approach to the English language with a special history few have studied. Today, we're going to take a deeper look at the African influence on this English language and the origins of the unique ability African Americans have to turn a phrase, express a sentiment, and merge an African sense of grammar and vocabulary with the English language. We're going to get into all of that and more right now on The Breakdown.
The Breakdown.
Language is the primary means human beings use to share ideas with one another. And if you were to ask the average scholar, they might describe the origins of the English language as mostly German, with major influence from the various Latin languages. Whether we know it or not, we use English words rooted in German, French, or Spanish all the time.
Hamburger, bouquet, taco.
But what about the commonly used English words that came from Africa? The African influence on the English language is a topic often ignored in academic circles.
There are quite a few words that are African in origin that are now commonly accepted English words. In Senegalese languages, wow, or something very similar to that is the word for yes. And we say wow, of course, all the time as a word of affirmation now. Also words like yam, gumbo, okra, words like that, oftentimes we've been able to associate those back to African roots.
The Black folk who learned to speak English learned to speak it from English people who were ignorant themselves. And so the ahs and the dems and the does was how the British people from the British Isles, from Ireland, from Scotland, spoke when they came to America. It was the poor folk who were the overseers on the concentration camps that they call plantations. It wasn't the highly educated, but even within us adapting this foreign language, this oppressive language, there were methods of speaking and communicating that were part of the African culture that we use to dress up this language, right? To give feeling and soul to this language. It is because of the energy that emanates from the body that gives life to the words, that transforms the consciousness of the people hearing those words. That's soul communication, brothers and sisters. That's what we have, and we have it better than anybody else.
In the 17th century, when masses of Africans were brought to the Americas on slave ships, they were forbidden from doing anything that might be considered a threat to European control. It was a long list that included anything from wearing African clothes to playing African drums to practicing African religion. And one of the most crippling restrictions was forbidding enslaved Africans to speak their own languages, which hindered their ability to conspire for escape or counterattack. As a result, out of necessity and ingenuity, Black people in North America developed their own style of speaking, a seamless blend of English and African languages, and often wrapped in code.
Wade in the water, wade in the water, children, wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water.
Coded language, that is language that the enslaved would use to communicate with each other so that their masters, the white community, their mistresses, the overseers would not be able to readily tell what they were saying or the messages that they were giving to one another. Oftentimes, there would be ways that they may want to communicate just to have some privacy, because so much of their lives as enslaved people was dictated to them. and to be able to have some agency and some control over their communication. That was something that they were very ingenious about. And so some examples that we have would be the Negro spirituals.
God's got trouble the water.
Every time he be going to the store, he be getting the same thing.
The indefinite, continual, or occasional tense is an African grammar device that is often applied to English. It is a tense that does not exist within traditional English grammar rules. But it does exist within the grammar rules of certain African languages, and its usage in English is practiced almost exclusively by descendants of enslaved Africans throughout the diaspora.
Nowadays, we hear quite a few people, they'll use the expressions, he be going to the store all the time. You have the subject with the verb to be. They oftentimes would incorporate those vocabulary words into their existing grammar structures.
Shawande be tripping. And you speak this language and you were listening to me, you understand that I mean Shawande tripping right now. He was tripping the last time I saw him. It's a perennial situation with him, etc. So that's 3 different time tenses.
Every time he be going to the store, he be forgetting what I asked him for. So then he be calling me, asking me what I be wanting.
Another way African thinking is often applied to the English language is in the usage of opposites as emphasis.
Yo, you heard that new verse? I Pusha T? Crazy, stupid. Yo, LeBron's skills are dumb, foolish.
We'll say, that's a bad coach, or you're a bad brother. And we don't mean that in the negative. We mean that very positively. And so we have taken that colorful use of language and we're still coding our language. But now it is not because we are shielding from an oppressor. It is because we have reappropriated a tactic, a strategy that was used 400 years ago.
Yo, she bad. What's so bad about that? Not bad meaning bad meaning good. Oh. So bad mean good. Oh, you stupid, man. I'm stupid. Oh, that's a good thing, right? Oh, no. That's not good. That's now you think, no, not stupid good, stupid bad. Bad, stupid. Wait, this stupid equals bad.
It's the language of the barbershop, the beauty shop. It's the language of that you sing your praises to God in, right? And I don't know, no black person who won't know what I'm saying. If I say, don't know Jesus, can't tell me nothing about him. They know what I said. And they understand that there's a bunch of double negatives in there, which is a hallmark of the language.
Today, more African Americans are coming to understand these grammar rules differently than they did in the past. Rather than avoiding Black English for fear of appearing uneducated or denouncing it as ignorant, many now see it as an important link to the African American ancestors who built this nation and the African linguistic roots so many thought were cut off forever.
If you have not learned the language of the classroom, that is not an indictment against you. That's an indictment against the classroom. And if you come to that classroom speaking that language and you're discouraged from speaking it so that you are muted and you get disinterested in education, that's also an indictment against that classroom. A language was born. And it's the language that we speak to each other in. And it's the language that we innately, I think, understand. I'm not speaking improper anything. I'm speaking proper spoken soul.
Now, as we enter to this new era of African pride and Black power, it is more important now than ever before that African Americans really understand the full story of who we are and what our contribution has been to the world. By recognizing and celebrating common heritage shared by Black people in America, Africa, and throughout the entire diaspora, we can work together to create a better world for us all. That's it for now. I'm Clarity, and I will see you next time on The Breakdown. Peace.
You don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
Who was King Blue? King Blue was a Chickasaw freedman. Some might say he was a Black Indian or Aboriginal. But what he really was, he was an activist for people of African descent in Indian Territory. One person who picked up the torch in the fight for the rights of people of African descent in Indian Territory is Chief Amunson, who was the president of the African Ancestral Society of Tulsa. He recently testified in front of a Judiciary House Committee where he mentions King Blue. He makes reference to him being on the same journey as King Blue and Isaac Alexander when they wrote in 1882 the Memorial of the Chickasaw Freedmen. Written in 1882, this piece is one of the most eloquent documents written by freedmen leaders, King Blue and Isaac Alexander. They made an appeal in the form of a document called A Memorial of the Chickasaw Freedmen. In this document, their plight and their plea for assistance from the United States is felt by the reader. It is produced on this page in its entirety. I'm not going to read all of this because it's a lot, but like always, the link will be in the description. Let's go over a couple of things because King Blue and Isaac Alexander, they knew they was of African descent because they say things like this. The undersigned, your memorialists, respectfully show that they are residents of Chickasaw Nation and area, persons of African descent, and were born and bred in the said nation. They make numerous references to being of African descent. They even bring up Article 3 of the 1866 treaties with the 5 civilized tribes that talk about giving rights to people of African descent. And they just go on and on and on. And they use the word African 22 times in this document. And you can see at the bottom it's signed by King Blue and Isaac Alexander. Most people only know of the King Blue, who led his fellow Negroes into rebellion in Chickasaw Nation. But prior to that, he was a little bit more diplomatic, as you can see, with his approach in writing to the United States government. These are all examples of Pan-Africanism, whether it was violence or nonviolence. It's all about coming together as a unit for the betterment of the whole. Like I always say, it's not a coincidence that the conscious community is not so conscious.
Peace and love, YouTube family. What's going on? It's your girl, Leah Lapuete Speaks. We're here today to learn how to research effectively. This is really a needed review. I'm sure that many people are like, girl, bye. But I'm like, child, you need it. What exactly is research? You know, I like to start with the basics. So the noun would be the systematic investigation into a study of materials and sources in order to establish facts and reach new conclusions. All right, simple. The verb would be to investigate systematically. And the key thing is to focus on family is systematically. There has to be a method to which you research. You can't just research willy-nilly. You can't just pull up a site and say, oh, this feels good. This sounds like what I'm talking about, and just share it. There has to be some type of research methodology, family. And so you ask yourself, what are the steps that I have to go through in order to establish how I can research effectively? So step one would be to investigate the author. You have to know about who you're sharing information from, family. So how do you go about validating the author? There's a few ways that you need to do this, okay? So first of all, is the author's name listed anywhere on the website? I've seen people share things and I go to the website and I can't even find who wrote the article, whose website it is, who are they associated with? Are they associated with any type of agency, any type of group, company, another blog group, a YouTube channel? Like, who is this person? And if you wanted to contact this person, is their information available? you know, let alone who they are. Is their information even available? They should have somewhere where you can contact them. Is this person qualified to even speak on this subject? Why or why not? You don't necessarily have to have a degree in a particular subject, but it is good to have some type of background education to help establish yourself as a validity on this topic. Also, you can utilize search engines, home pages, and print resources in libraries such as biography indexes. So there's ways that you can go about validating who this person is. So that's your very first step. Because if you can't validate the Arthur family, there's literally no point in you continuing on with this particular topic from this particular author or website or book or research paper or whatever it is that you're studying, family. Validate who the author is. I can't say that enough, and I can't say how very important that is. Okay, family? So the next step into being able to research effectively, family, would be determining the objective. What's the purpose? What's the objective? What's the motive behind this? Why is the author writing this? What are they trying to convey to me? You have to know these things. What is the motive behind the article, site, book, research paper? Once again, whatever it is, YouTube video, whatever it is that you're trying to validate. Why is the person writing this? Are they trying to teach me a little something, something? Are they trying to make me laugh? You know what I mean? Are they trying to sell you some shit? What is it that they're trying to convey? What's the motive? Does the reading, whatever it is that you're reading or studying or watching, whatever, does it contain mostly facts, opinions, or is it a combination of both? If something has a combination of both, that's not a bad thing. You would probably, of course, depending on the topic that you're researching, you would want to have more facts, you know what I mean, than opinion. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. However, if it's filled with mostly just their opinions, family, and how they feel, you can probably say that the motive is to persuade you to think like them. The next question would be, is there a hidden agenda within this reading? Sometimes when you're researching something, you can see that they have an agenda. They have a motive, a hidden motive that they're trying to either hide but ultimately convey, or it's just downright in your face. And you have to determine that. Is this information presented without bias? That's very important. If a person is extremely biased and they can't be objective because they are so emotionally attached to a certain topic, that's not a person or a source that you want to utilize, family, because they're too biased. Can you find any propaganda within the article, the website, the book, whatever, the paper? Are they trying to sell you on some type of propaganda? If they are, don't rock with that, family. Obviously, it's full of crap. Who is the audience that the author is intending to read the material? Like, who are they writing this for? Are they writing this for children? Are they writing this for adults? Are they writing this for other researchers? Who are they writing this for? Who is their audience? Are there any sources listed within the text or anywhere on the site? Now, let's stop right there and let's dig further into resources, family, because a lot of people have a problem with knowing what's a credible source and what's a non-credible source. Now, I didn't list for you what credible sources are. Obviously, it's going to be the opposite of the non-credible sources, but let's focus on non-credible. Non-credible sources are filled with hella opinions and very, very little facts, if any facts at all, family, okay? They attempt to present facts, yet they have no sources cited to back their claims, or their sources are from other biased, propaganda-based individuals or organizations. So if you're trying to share something, let's say about Egypt, and you're sharing it from Young Pharaoh, and then Young Pharaoh has shared it from Young Pseudo-Fuck off YouTube, you might not want to use Young Pharaoh and Young Pseudo-Fuck's information because those two are probably extremely biased and filled with emotion. Website is not regularly updated, or many of the links are broken. So if you go to a site and it's got hella broken links and the website says copyright of like 2003 and it's 2020, when is the last time they actually even been on that site? They don't even maintain it. Facebook posts, YouTube videos, blogs, and shit like that, family, they can be credible sources, but they have to provide you with verifiable links, or you can independently verify the information that they give you on your own. So if you can verify it on your own and it's true, okay, you can say it's true. And if you can verify time and time again that this person's Facebook post, YouTube, blogs, whatever, that they present, you can verify it on your own independently that is true, or they provide links for you, you can trust that shit. But unfortunately, that doesn't apply to most Facebook pages, most IG pages, most YouTubes, most blogs. Most of them, unfortunately, are not credible sites. They just say whatever the fuck they want to say, and that's dangerous. So while we're talking about sources, let's get into primary and secondary. So a primary source is a document, speech, or other piece of evidence that was created during the period of study. Examples of that is autobiographies, letters, diaries, photographs, public records, etc. What is a secondary source? A secondary source provides interpretation and analysis of primary sources. Examples of secondary sources are textbooks, encyclopedias, databases, and literary analysis or critiques. Okay, so this is very important. You also need to determine what type of source are you working with. Is this a primary source or is this a secondary source? You need to know that. It's very important to determine, family, what type of source you're using. I prefer both, to use primary or secondary sources, but you can validate either one of those sources through the same methods in which we've already discussed earlier in this video, family. Now, when it comes to step 3, this is our concluding step in essence. And what we need to conclude is, based off everything that we've learned thus far, can I trust this information? Should I share this information? You have to ask yourself these questions. Have I been able to verify that this information is credible? If that's a no, don't share that shit on your page, family. Did I validate that the author can be trusted? If that's a no, don't share that shit on your page, family. Am I sharing this to teach or to push my personal agenda? If you're just trying to push your personal agenda and you didn't even care that the first 2 bulletins are true, then quite naturally, you shouldn't be sharing shit anyway because you're too biased. And ask yourself this question: am I willing to stand behind this information if challenged? Will I change the goalpost if someone challenges me on this information? You have to be able to stand behind the information that you share. Okay, a lot of people don't want to stand behind what they share. They share bullshit that they clearly didn't read, or if they did read, they misinterpreted it. And furthermore, a lot of times the information is not even factual information. So you have to be willing to stand behind it. So what did we learn today? Today I learned how to effectively research with Lily La Poete Speaks. I hope that you guys enjoyed this video. If you somehow found some way to be upset about this video, then bless your special heart, okay? Watch it again, okay? Because this is very important information, especially within the woke community, family. You have to learn how to research. This has been your girl, Lily La Poete Speaks. Make sure you share, like, comment on this video. See you guys again in a few days with another one. Peace and love. I'm out.
Not our culture, Money Grip. None of that. None of that is our culture. None of the none of that shit. So if you are at a powwow, you think that this is what your people was doing. It's because most of the Black Indians that teach this shit get their information from these Native Americans, and then they go back and teach this shit back to us, and then we, well, where did you get, if you just found out you was an Indian 20 years ago, where did you get this history from? Oh, I found the Native American elder. Couldn't find out the motherfucker ain't even a Negro. The nigga's a Mongoloid from Oklahoma somewhere teaching you some pseudo shit. And then you're going back teaching it to the people.
A1, you definitely making a good point here. I want to highlight that. And that brings us to this book that you all teach out of. That's written by this man, Emory Dean Keoki, and this woman, K. Marie Potterfield. Isn't that what you were just talking about, where people are teaching from Native American elders, Mongoloid-looking people, and quoting these people and bringing it back to Black people?
How, Sway? Take a few steps back.
The reason why he wrote the book could be attributed to another book given to him by his uncle in the late 1960s. Emma recalled reading the book and being fascinated with its content. It wrote of American Indians being accomplished and efficient at many things, including agriculture. I went through the book and indexed everything that I had never learned before. There were things in that book that I had never read before, never been taught, and it shocked me. Emory collected information for over 30 years when he was homeless and living out of a car in the late 1990s. He put pen to paper and began writing the book. I started writing in my car and began to feel better about myself. I was able to get housing and get into counseling. The beauty of American Indian contributions is that it's pre-contact, pre-Columbus. His speaking request provided evidence to the versatility of this book. One of the Northern Plain tribes invited him to speak last summer during the increase in teen suicide. Emory worked with the students and used the book as a guide to help them identify with the important contributions made by Native Americans. The students' reviews were glowing, and he was invited back. One student shared with Emory that he felt like, I can go on with my education. Another said, this information has to come from an Indian.
This book is not for you.
People that's gonna probably be coming in watching later on, you know, definitely this encyclopedia gives you something to be proud about. You know, even when you just coming into this Aborigine culture.
Give you what to be proud of. This is what I'm not understanding. It's a book not by you, not written about you, and not for you. Earlier you said you don't like people who get information from these Native Americans, these non-Aboriginals, but you're doing it. So what do you have to say for yourself?
You don't have the guts to be what you want to be. You need people like me so you can point your fingers and say, that's the bad guy. I can't believe it's been all these years. Swelling on the track. My friends tell me I should have moved on long time ago. What do they know? What do they? And I don't mean to be selfish, but my heart breaks every time that I see you smile. 'Cause I know that it's not me who brings it out of you anymore.
Would you say that we are the original Native Americans?
No, that is a misnomer, a falsehood, an outright lie. Okay, that's exactly what that is. We are not the original Native American. There is a history that Native Americans have, and actually, it's disrespectful for African Americans to go out and say that they're Native American to the rich Native American cultures that have been here for thousands of years.
Break the lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my.
So this is how you check what these social media people are saying. Like, you can easily cross-reference any of this stuff. They're getting it from the internet, and you can too. So they like to say that this African story is made up. It's a new thing. We got it out of textbooks. But what they're not telling us and showing us is how our ancestors claim to be African. It wasn't nobody telling them that they was African. You can see this through the census. If you go to the 1870 census, where a lot of people will find their brick walls, and you get down to the 1870 census, there's a point in history, let's give the date 1808, where the slave trade from Africa ended. But meanwhile, we still have people who was born in Africa that was brought here before 1808, and some came illegally after. So these people that was born in Africa and was transported here before 1808, guess what? They didn't go anywhere. Some of those people lived to 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 years old. And we can find those people on the census. So when we go to the 1870 census using Ancestry.com, we put the birthplace Africa, we go to search, and something amazing happens. We get 4,447 people who said that they was born in Africa, right? Let's look at Benjamin Cuffey. Right, Benjamin Cuffey. In 1870, he was 94 years old. Birthplace Africa, race black. This is a black man. He has a whole family. And again, we see Benjamin Cuffey here with his family, black, born in Africa. Now, this is easy. We could do this all day. Literally, all day. We could just pick anybody. Let's go to whoever this is, Cooper. Cooper, 85. Born in 1785. In Africa, black. Like I said, anybody can repeat this. I'm not doing anything. Sleight of the hand, not doing anything anybody can do themselves. Scipio Cooper. Scipio Cooper, 80. Born about 1790 in Africa. Let's look at Cooper's family. So, like, what is the purpose of these people telling you that these black people were not coming from Africa and they was always in America? Look at this, Africa, right? He's a day laborer. He's 80 years old, male, black. Possibly one of these people, grandfathers. Most likely the male, because you see he takes the same last name as him. I don't like, what's the purpose of them lying? What is the purpose of the lies? What is it, right? Born in 1880, Africa, Henry Kalamaka, right? See him with his family. What is the big deal? Born in Africa. Like I said, we could just keep going, right? Wasn't no Africans in Louisiana, they try to say? How? How is that possible? Pierre Kofi, born 1784, Africa. This shit is so simple, it's like pointless, right? It's just pointless. 80, Africa. Like, what are y'all doing out there? What's the purpose of these lies? Or spreading this misinformation purposely? Like what? What do we have to go to? The slave narratives? We have to go to documents, account books? I don't get it. It's just, they say Africa all over. It just makes no sense, man.
JR.
See, we're talking about black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we're on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African, and they need to see an Indian, and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community, and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
Break the lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they wanna take up.
Listen, at this point in time, right? Nobody believes. Well, most
Yo,
of the people
Matt,
in the chat
can you
room.
share my screen,
Most of
Matt?
you are a small
Can you share my screen?
percentage. You are a small percentage of
Alright,
people, or
check this
one
out.
individual who beg a
Check this
difference
out.
to the information that we're talking about.
So we could just walk it down the line, like I say,
What
all the
down the
time.
line? What about what?
What is this
About what?
what is this eugenic science on the
Please
screen?
fill us in with what you're about to show.
Is you about to teach us eugenics?
What are y'all so scared of?
Well, I see 1918, so I know this is eugenics time.
What are you about to show us, man? Please walk
Some
us
Rockefeller Foundation shit
This
you
is
got
World
for
War
us.
One. That is probably.
Scallywag science.
Oh my god.
Nah, but go ahead. Tell us what we looking at, bro. I just want to know.
All right, these are World War One draft registration cards. It's
And what year is it?
309,
Tell the people what year is it.
1917, 1918. These
Okay.
are draft registration cards
Okay.
of all. Like, let's go to the first one. Like y'all say these terms, like we wasn't called African at these certain times and all that. We most
Okay, just
definitely
show me
was.
something with African on it.
I'm
Now,
showing
since
you
mentioned
right
it.
here.
All right, let me
Look,
see this. No, let me go
From
back.
1918?
Hold on, I want to see this. Hold,
1918, bro. You late to the party.
Hold on, bro. I could walk. I'm gonna walk you down.
So we
I'm
can go ahead
gonna
and
walk you
disperse,
down.
nigga.
I'm gonna walk you down from the 1900s.
Nigga, I'm a hawk. I'm in the sky. I'm
1800s
flying.
to 1700s. I'm gonna walk you down.
Go ahead, come on, let's go.
From the 19 to the 18 to the 17. And
You
at
enlighten
any of
us.
this time period, I want you to show us where niggas is mentioned as Aboriginal or any of this.
It's
bullshit.
1918, nigga.
So, and I said I got
It's
way
Nazi
more. I got way
America,
more.
my nigga. The Nazis are in
Race.
charge. There's
Race.
swastikas all over the U.S.,
African.
nigga.
I
They
hear
got
you.
swastika
But y'all
cookies.
say
They
this
giving
wasn't happening.
swastikas out to the Boy Scouts and
I
Girl
hear
Scouts
you.
for doing good, nigga, in
I hear
1918.
you.
Did you know that?
I hear you. Y'all say this wasn't happening.
What
I'm
wasn't
telling you
happening?
what was happening.
Hold on. What
All of
can you
these.
can hold listen, hold on. I just want to be clear. I want to get clarity myself, so as you're going along, I can follow along with you. So, what are you showing us again? I'm sorry.
Y'all say nobody was called that.
We was called what? What particular term?
African, brother.
So
What
okay,
don't
so you have
get?
something that has African on it. All right, so please share that on your screen. And where is it coming from? Where is this source coming from, bro?
Margaret Sanger, cousin.
Coming from the National Archive.
Okay, zoom in on it. I need to see this, man. I don't,
I was right.
You know what I mean? You do, bro. I don't trust none of your shit. So,
Yeah.
like,
No,
zoom in on that.
I'm not the
nigga.
one that's not that's untrustworthy. That's you.
Oh, I'm the god, nigga.
You see it right here.
Trust
Race,
me.
race
What?
specific to which African.
Okay, so you said what year was this?
Now you forgot the year already. 19.
What year? What part of Africa?
1918, nigga. You forgot the
What
year
part?
already.
What
Like,
part?
look at
Africa.
It's on the screen, nigga.
Oh my
What
God!
part
This
of
man,
Africa? Hold up.
this man was born in
Hold
Maryland.
up.
He was born in
Hold up.
Maryland.
Hold up. All right, hold up. All right, so
He's
you
an
told me
African
something with
American.
African on it, right?
He's an African American.
Okay, so he was an African American from where?
Maryland.
From where? He's an African from Maryland.
He's an African.
So why don't have his why don't have his origins
Being
where
in
he
the
came from?
continent of Africa
This
is
was
not a
from-
prerequisite to being African.
Listen,
I'm just
brother.
asking for a friend.
No, it's not. It's descendancy. They're descendants of Africans. They're
My
Black
dude,
Americans.
you really believe what you
descendants of
presenting
Africans.
to us, my dude?
There's
You're
nothing
doing
to
a terrible
believe.
job.
The proof is here.
You're doing
The
a
proof
terrible
is here.
job. That's not proof. You showing
proof
us
is
something.
here.
I don't know when this was written, I don't know
just
what the
told you.
source is. I can go check it out
I
myself
just told
and see
you.
who is the author. So I want to see who the author who wrote this and when was his.
This
When
is
did
the
he live?
signatures right here.
That's how
William
far I'm willing to
Pickens.
go with this.
Listen, I'm telling you, it's not no author. These are registration cards.
Okay, so
William
where's it
Pickens
coming from?
Jr.
From what
Brother,
organization
listen.
or what?
I just told you these are people registering for the draft, World War I draft. This
Okay,
is
for the
William
draft, right?
Pickens Jr.
So you got one. So show us another one.
I am showing you another one. This guy, he's from Pennsylvania.
Okay, and what does it say on it? Let me see.
He's born January 29th,
My dude, that shit
1895.
look like something from the 2000s.
Yeah,
That shit do not look like nothing from no antiquity,
we
no
can't-
1900s, nigga. I can pull up some shit right now from the 1900s,
That's
and it
all you
doesn't
got?
look
That's
nothing
all
like
you got?
that. That
That's all
shit
you
look
got?
too neat. Go ahead, you got
That's
more.
all
Go
you
ahead.
got?
Go. I want to see
That's
more.
all you got. I got 309,000 of these, brother.
So you got 309,000 of people from where again?
America, black
So why the fuck
Americans.
would they be termed Africans?
Look, brother, because they're of African
No,
descent.
no. Hold
Hold
on.
on.
Give me a
Look.
clear and decisive answer.
I'm
on
showing
why
you
would these
African
people be
descent,
called
just like it
Africans?
says on this card, brother. You
No.
don't see it?
No.
It says it right here,
No,
African descent on the card,
Hold
brother.
up. Why
Why are you acting so slow? I
Up.
thought you were
Hold
so smart
up.
and bright.
Hold
You
up.
don't
All
see
right,
that?
I am very,
African descent?
I am something like that. But listen,
Because they are of African descent for the 100th
okay,
time,
they
brother.
from African descent. What? Okay.
When we
so
show
you
y'all
have
proof, why do y'all question it, bro?
They from
No,
Maryland,
that's not
Africa.
proof.
Because
That's not
Maryland
proof. That's
isn't
an
in
assumption.
Africa.
That's an assumption. That's not proof.
Hey, hold on.
Don't
Let me ask you
qualify
something.
nothing.
Hold on. I just saw a nigga on the paper that was 22, and he was African writing in English in cursive. That nigga thorough as shit.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's a bunch of holes within the shit.
The nigga is 20 and can write English in cursive, bro. He's not from Africa.
Hey, not a coincidence. Hey, real quick. Hold on, bro. Let me just say one thing, and you can talk forever. Look, let me say one thing, and you can talk forever, right? Look, let me just say one thing to you, right? Look. And I want you to understand, King Cash, you still with us?
I'm here.
Okay, all right. So listen to this, and we're gonna get real spooky with this shit, right? Listen, bro. The shit we talking about has been hitting. The shit we talking about, they have written documents to fool you niggas thinking that people was African when it wasn't. They ain't even call that continent Africa in that time, my dude.
Hey, who
You
was
ain't even
filling out the
call
paperwork?
Africa.
Hold on. Let's be scientists. Hold on. Let's be scientists, bro. Who is filling out this paperwork first? I want to know whose handwriting are we looking at?
You're looking at the person of Richard Perry's handwriting.
Who?
Oh, okay. So
The one
that
who
just
filled
further
it out.
Let's
proves
go
my
to the
point.
next one.
Let's see how. Let's see the. I want to see the youngest African writing in English in cursive. Can you show me that with all these thousands? What's the youngest? Have you looked at them all, or you just got a couple?
He look real fluent in English to be an African.
Hey man, that nigga can write cursive English.
Yeah, he look real. He look real fluent.
He wrote. He's of African descent.
See, over here we decode and we decipher information. You just can't throw something up there and niggas ain't gonna question it. Niggas ain't gonna sit there like, this looks
nigga can write English in cursive.
This looks suspect,
He's 20
nigga.
from Africa.
What? Ladies, this look very suspect, nigga.
Bro, can y'all pull up those same documents about Aboriginals?
They can't.
Hey, King Cash, you can't talk, man. It's all giants up here. I heard you was like 4 feet tall, man. You a pygmy. Stand down.
Look, I'm just saying, y'all can say all the insults, bro, but can you pull up those same documents?
Respectfully, bro. This isn't a pygmy conversation.
I'm
got
just saying,
multiple
can you
books
pull up the
about
documents, bro?
Aborigines in America. Multiple books. Listen, no. First of all, we wasn't under their jurisdiction to be documented, nigga. They can't document somebody who can't be documented, nigga. The only way I could be documented is through their history. Outside, no. Outside of that, how I'm gonna be documented when I ain't under their jurisdiction, nigga? I ain't. So they got to audition or they got to sign and shit or they made an announcement or made a bulletin or put a fucking look.
Hold on, he even got a good pen. That nigga 28. Go back to that, man. That nigga 28. Hold on, go back to that nigga. That was like 1800s,
Nah,
bro. That nigga. Hold on, go back to that nigga good penmanship, bro. That English script, bro. Hey, I do tattoos. That nigga penmanship is off the chain. Go back,
That shit don't even look like
I'm
no
about to
scribble.
go back in 2
Well,
seconds.
even when
I
you
can't-
look at the archives documents, you can't even understand what the fuck they say.
Why you won't go back? Go back one. Why you being like that, man? Go back. Can we read it?
I'm about to in 2 seconds.
All right, so go ahead. Go back. All
This
right,
is from
go ahead.
Lions,
1,
Wolves,
2.
and Hebrew.
Stop talking when he shows sources, bro. Let him show the
This is
sources.
Lions, Wolves, and Hebrew. This is from 1808, prior to Jim Crow. This is the author is Peter Williams Jr. He's talking about how they're celebrating.
Who is Peter Williams Jr.?
A Black American from New
sure?
York. Yes, I'm 100%.
Do you have any
positive.
images to
Listen,
basically-
brother, you want me to go back to the other thing or not?
I'm listening. This is a
This is
question I
just for
need to know,
somebody
bro.
real quick.
I don't
You
just
might
go
ask
by
a
just
question,
no
I'm trying to
fucking
answer a
page on the screen. nigga.
Anyway, this is from 1808.
That's not how I do mine.
Listen,
Did
this
you
from
go to the Boy
1808.
Scouts? Not a
Relax,
coincidence.
relax.
Just kind of off topic, but did you ever join the Boy
I
Scouts?
don't like these sources.
Yo, this is some
Were you in the Boy
frivolous
Scouts?
research you doing, my dude.
Look, this
I
nigga's a
don't- I
school
don't know.
teacher. Hold on, 1888. Hold on, we got him. 1888. This nigga's an African school teacher.
Yeah.
And he's only 28 years old with a wife from Africa, too. He's a school teacher. Look, he's on the school board. He's employed by the school board, my nigga. Can you read, nigga?
Yes.
1888. Thank you. Thank you, nigga.
Bro,
Thank
He
you.
probably came here as a young
Thank
kid.
you,
No,
nigga.
look, no,
Yeah, but he
no,
probably
Thank
came
you,
here as a young
nigga.
kid.
That man, he a grown ass man.
Thank you.
Taxes.
No,
That nigga
no,
fill out a
no.
W-4 form.
Y'all are
He's
all
credible.
wrong.
be
This
able-
man is from Williamton, Delaware.
Okay.
He's born and bred.
Why it's not saying he from
African-American.
Kenya or Ghana or
His
motherfucking
race.
Nigeria?
Listen to me. His race.
Why it's not saying he from Nigeria? Or
Because his
somewhere in the
race-
Because he
West.
worked for the school board, man. He
because
28.
Black Americans' race is African and it's been African.
My
for a
God,
very
hey
long
fam, listen,
time.
my
When we
dude.
come
Yeah,
to these
and
Listen,
he
places,
They won't let you talk, bro. They're not gonna let
my
you talk.
problem
You can have
is
the
with
fucking
you, not a
handwriting.
coincidence.
They don't want
Hold
to
up,
hear
Look
not
at
a
how
coincidence.
the
You know
difference
my
between the
problem is with
goddamn
you, bro.
handwriting at the
Yeah.
top and opposed to how they wrote African.
Bro,
Boy,
this
get
shit
your
is
ass
all
out
jiggy.
the channel.
Yeah, that shit looks
They
suspect.
get
Hey,
your
they
ass
don't
out of
overtalk
here.
you when you show
Hey,
sources, bro.
Nah, that shit looks suspect, bro. And
Man,
anybody
get
who
your
agree
ass
with
out of
it,
here.
anybody who agree with it is part of the same fucking
What are y'all
Yeah,
doing?
his
Yo,
signature
we
different
showing
than
Hey, hold on. Let's go over the next
evidence,
source,
bro.
because this nigga stay killing himself, man. Bring
We
it back.
show physical
Just let him
evidence.
kill himself. What else you got?
Look, miscellaneous. Look, right
We
there.
showing
He got some
physical evidence.
miscellaneous shit to kill himself with. Hit this nigga with a pipe.
Damn.
We got guns, knives, pipes. This nigga get hit. We brought the kitchen sink.
He gonna read under miscellaneous. Look, go
City
ahead,
of
my
New
dude.
York City, held the second day of December 8th, 1807,
Speak up a little
at
bit. We
the
can't hear you.
African schoolrooms, Cliff Street, on the purpose of taking into consideration the propriety of celebrating the day on which the acts passed by Congress of the United States for the abolition of the slave trade takes effect. This is John Teasman, Peter Williams Jr. They say Africans and their descendants. Like, this shit is like crazy.
All right, so
Yeah,
the
I
title
like
of it. Hold on.
What does that have to do with us?
Hold up.
We-
Hold on. Before we even agree that this shit is real, show us a date on the newspaper.
Oh, you want to see the beginning?
Yeah, I want to say it. Yeah, I do. Yes.
You really
Why not?
supposed to have the front page, but you know.
ain't doing
Hey,
that.
you doing a good job. Not a coincidence, bro.
Oh no, here go the front page of the paper.
You got some
Okay.
pom-poms out. What color?
Yeah, hey, one pink, one purple.
Nigga,
Hey,
They pastel. I know they
Not
pastel.
from the 1800s. Boy, get that damn people out of here.
please,
wait till you get
My brother, go back to the date.
You know
Go
what?
back to the date, yo. Hold on. Go back to the date, Money Grip. Hold on. We ain't
Let them show the date. Let them show the date, bro.
Oh.
I want to get back to this 28-year-old teacher from Africa. who can write English in cursive.
What
Y'all see the date right there?
Let's see.
1808.
All right, so hold on. All right, so 1808, and who is it? Who writing this? It's
John
it's
T.
from
He probably got a white supremacy newspaper and shit.
Baltimore Wig. What's the Baltimore Wig?
Sound like some white
Where is the
supremacy.
bullshit on wigs, bro? Before you pull up miscellaneous again.
He don't even know the editor. Who is these people, dog?
That's right,
bro. This is who wrote this.
You gotta make sure they know propaganda, my nigga.
It ain't no propaganda.
Anything
bro.
that's anything that's in the newspaper and book, you gotta research and make sure it ain't propaganda.
Look, let's just say Vermont.
Everything is a propaganda.
Hold on, old school, real quick. That shit says Vermont. Vermont what?
Same Gazette, brother. Gazette.
All right, so that's from Vermont. That's from Vermont, the state, right? All the way up north, right? Is that from Vermont all the way up north by Maine?
That's the paper. Yes, that's what the newspaper
Okay, so you
is from.
reading from a paper. Most of our people is in the South, Money Grip. What the fuck is you presenting
Bro, it's black
to us
people all
from
up and
fucking
down the
Vermont?
East Coast. Just like this person is in New York. Just like this person
No,
is in New
niggas
York.
live in Vermont like that, bro. I done been up there plenty times.
Nigga, we in the black belt, my nigga. What you talking about? Nigga, what you doing up there? Nigga, why is you even up there with them people, dog? Them niggas up there selling out and giving land to the pale faces.
Yo, nah, you 0 for 3. You realize that, right? You 0 for 3, motherfucker. Like, nah. We can't allow this nigga to continue with this Mickey Mouse shit. This shit right here.
Hey,
is some
Hawk
Mickey
School,
Mouse
brother. That's
shit.
church, man. What you doing claiming is Aboriginal stuff, man.
Hey, man, you don't know nothing about Islam, nigga. Shut the fuck up talking to me.
Why you telling me I don't know? How you know I ain't a picture?
Nigga, because you didn't say Salam Alaikum when you pulled up, nigga. So shut the fuck up talking to me. You don't know nothing about Islam.
You ain't hear me get salam?
Nah, we ain't you say that.
But most of the
nigga.
nigga,
it's too late, nigga.
My Muslim,
niggas already shooting at you, nigga. Don't try to say Salam Alaikum as you get shot.
bro. I
Hey,
came
can we
with
go
the
back to
Ghani
the
out of
registration
Africa.
course?
How you
Okay,
gonna
what?
claim Islam and then disrespecting Africa like that with majority of Africans?
Man, because we're not Africans.
Nobody's
but you ain't get the
disrespecting
memo.
Africa.
Like
All I'm doing
100
is
videos ago.
I'm empowering the so-called American Negro has been misclassified, my nigga,
Bro, you
as
not gonna
African
find
and
one
African American motherfuckers.
You not gonna
We
find
done
one
told this
mosque
nigga
over here,
100
brother.
videos ago, nigga, you got the memo. Why are you
Y'all be up
still
here
on
just
trying to
saying
convince
anything.
us who the fuck we not? How
You
much
need
you
to
get paid to do
And
this shit?
the wigs is the British, nigga.
How
All
much
right.
you get?
So
Hey,
look that
Lana,
up. You got this wig newspaper, this British ass newspaper, nigga. Why is you bringing us a British newspaper, nigga?
Some suspect shit.
Fuck, who the fuck is you studying under, nigga?
Hawk School. What Native American tribe was Muslim, brother? What Aboriginal
They
tribe
say a
was Muslim?
plan for improving the condition of free Negroes. Then down here, a plan for improving the condition of free blacks. Boy, get your ass out of here.
Hawk School. Can you tell me what Aboriginal
They're
tribe was Muslim?
interchangeable.
No, they ain't. Take your ass
They
up
are.
out of
Sorry
here.
to tell you that.
This is Atlantis, nigga. I'm an Atlantean, nigga.
Atlantis, it wasn't Muslims in Atlantis.
One nation, nigga, one
And it
republic,
wasn't
nigga. Long
Muslims in
live the
Atlantis,
Republic
bro.
of Atlantis, nigga. Welcome to the motherfucking future, nigga. You didn't get the memo 100 videos ago, like I said.
Bro, we wasn't. We can't say we can't find one masjid,
I
one
love
mosque,
Atlantis,
one
man. Shout
one
out to the
person
chat,
over
man.
here
Share the live
prostrating to
stream, hit
Allah.
that like, man. Make sure you subscribe to Aboriginal Power, man.
Come on, man.
Hey, he
I'm just
already
telling
killed
you, just give me
himself.
the evidence.
Can
You
I
see
ask a
not a
question,
coincidence
We
that
the river gods, nigga. We the river gods, nigga. We the river
that's church.
gods.
That's church right there. As a Muslim, you can't be saying nothing like that, brother.
Hey, he already killed himself with them
You
registration
can't refer to anything, any gods outside of
Hey,
Allah.
you know what? You can't tell me nothing about what I can do, nigga. That's what Islam is, nigga. That I only submit to the will of the one most high creator of all things, and not no bitch ass nigga telling me who I'm supposed to be.
See,
Press
nah,
one.
I'm supposed to be your aunt. I'm supposed to be your aunt, but you calling me
You
a bitch.
supposed
I'm
to
supposed
be,
your
but
aunt.
instead you
Where's
coming up
your
here with
respect for another
contention.
Muslim
Instead
brother?
you coming up here with contention and judgment, my nigga. That's shirk. Would you goddamn
no,
point out the
shirk is
splinter in your brother's eye and not recognize the log in your own, sir?
You
They
a Muslim,
ran
you
right
calling
from
your
all them
Muslim brothers
sources.
a bitch and everything. See what I'm saying?
Hey, King Cash, you
Yeah, I'm with all the fuck shit, nigga. I'm a gangster Muslim, nigga. I'm one of the, you know, them niggas used to stick swords through niggas. I'm one of them.
But none of that happened over here in the Americas, brother. They had multiple
Exactly,
guys,
my
they had
nigga. So
multiple
what the
kids.
fuck do that have to do with this conversation?
Come on.
Thank you very
What
much. You
my-
niggas stay killing yourself, bro.
I'm
Is you
asking
niggas
you,
retarded, bro?
what
You
evidence?
stop chasing your tail, man.
What
Stop
evidence
chasing
can-
your tail.
You can see plenty of mosques, you can see plenty of Muslims in Africa, Middle East, all the way over to China, but you cannot find any Muslims or any mosque, anybody practicing Islam over here in the United States of
Nigga,
America.
when Columbus so-called, this fake-ass Columbus narrative, when Columbus so-called pulled up to Florida, he saw minarets, my nigga. Do you know what a minaret is? Read a motherfucking book and get back, nigga.
We would have been able to we would have dug them up. We found minarets over in Florida.
Welcome to Atlantis, nigga. Welcome to Atlantis, where everybody is goddamn all the men are over 5'8", nigga.
I mean, you can say what you want to say.
Except him, nah. King Cass only 4'11".
You supposed to be a
King Cass 4'11".
I got a short little brother that's 5 foot. So don't cry, my nigga.
But
we let the pygmies in. We let the pygmies in the tribe.
Show me the
we adopt pygmies into the tribe, bro.
What Aboriginal tribe was Muslim?
Long live Atlantis, my nigga. This one, nigga.
I don't know one that's spoke.
This one, nigga. This one, the Hawkscrew tribe, nigga. The Rider tribe, nigga. This one, nigga.
Hey, can y'all hear
None
me?
of them can recite opening prayer or anything.
You say what, nigga?
Well, none of them can recite opening prayer.
Well, I can recite 1/3 of the Quran.
Okay. Mic check. Damn, y'all can hear me?
You got the flow. You got the flow, Jay Sean.
Got you. Peace.
Hey, salute to the guys, man. I was trying to get up here when not a coincidence was showing them registration cards, bro.
That's pseudo shit, right?
Yeah, every single one of them is signed by it's got the same handwriting on all of them. Like, come on, bro. What you talking about, man? Come on, bro.
Hey, yo, hey, look, hold on. Hey, Tay Sean, look, hold.
I gotta sit there and lie. That's crazy.
We did
Anybody
peep
can play it
that
back.
shit.
That's not true.
Look, we did peep that all of it had the same handwriting, and he just kept on going with it. Like, look, bam. They go another one.
So pull him back up.
Like,
Pull it back up.
Pull it back up. Yeah,
pull it back up.
Please pull it back up. Please.
You playing games, man. You up here to
I took screenshots of them too.
Why you come up here fucking with these nice people, man?
Y'all some non-source and having motherfuckers.
What you mean? What source?
You know that's a lie. Peace to Philly OG in the building, man. Shout out Philly OG, man.
What source? Look, let's go back. I'm gonna play the psychiatrist again for you, all right? AP, let me share my screen again. I'm gonna play the fucking psychiatrist for you again, because you don't seem to understand. I ain't gonna show you no documents. I'm gonna show you images. I mean, yeah, we gotta do looker shit, nigga. When you go to fucking Egypt and you see the motherfuckers on the walls and the metanetta, you niggas claim that shit, don't you?
Niggas bringing this eugenic science up here.
Niggas claim that shit, don't you?
Huh? What are you? Hey, you a war?
Nigga, the theory of evolution is eugenics. The theory of evolution, bro. You niggas subscribe to the theory of evolution, bro, and that is eugenics, my nigga.
All right. That had nothing to do with anything.
You can find the word war in Mauritania and Morocco.
That nigga said you a war.
Black people said for themselves.
Morocco is America, nigga.
Morocco is in northwest Africa.
I got a source after everyone done. I got a source for you.
The Amoraka.
I don't think the other Aboriginals would agree with that up here.
That's why is two words that's pronounced the same in two different regions?
No, because another Aboriginal just said it was the Marukan. You said it's Almorica, and then saying Almorica.
The Almorica. I'm trying to help you out because you the one who lost. We all on point. We got a community over here. You don't have nigga.
Like entertainment
I
only.
refuse to go to any one of them, A1.
Bro,
I live this.
He don't believe it. That's why he ain't go to nowhere. Look, he don't believe this shit. That's why he's still here. He don't even
That shit for entertainment only.
You African descendant of strippers, my nigga, because they all over that motherfucker, my nigga.
He don't believe it. That's why he ain't never go. That's why he's still over here with us.
Yeah, African descendant of strippers.
Like, go home to Gambia, Nigeria, Ghana.
That shit is made up.
Potato chips we invented.
It's made up history. That's why they'll never pay slaves reparations. They will never.
That
Never.
nigga prefer his
Never.
rap.
It's made up history.
Hey, yo, he prefer his
It's
rat on the
mythology.
stick with hot sauce on it.
Rat on the stick.
Can I ask a question, please? May I?
Hey, what's up, Betty?
Peace.
Hey, darling. What's up, love?
Oh, you give me that phony
much
hey,
love,
talking
Sister
about some hey.
Much love.
I did not. I said.
That's your brother.
That's that
I
auntie
said-
That's your brother right here. What's up?
I
Brother
said,
right here, that
hey.
phony talking about
I
some hey.
I said, hey, love.
Talking about hey.
First you hit you with that liquor store, hey. That pass by.
Hey, love.
Oh shit! All
Don't
right.
do no
hey,
walk
love.
throughs.
I got
I
you. What's
said,
up,
hey,
Betty?
love. Do y'all think that it's important to declare who you are so that people don't get it twisted?
No, it's power.
I think it's
I got a
imperative.
testimony.
Absolutely.
I think it's
power.
imperative that we find out who the fuck we are.
But I'm saying, shouldn't you like declare who you are? Do you think that's important?
After you get through the imperative part, then you declare it.
Yes,
It become declarative.
Necessary.
Okay,
That's of most higher importance.
It locks
concerning your lineage.
Okay, now that leads to my second question.
See, it links you to a culture and a land and a power base. You need a home base in order to fight from. If you ain't got a home base to fight from, what you fighting with?
Thank you.
That part.
So that leads me to ask this question, and please don't get mad. How is it possible that we could come together with Black people if they're not going to give Black people reparations? They're not going to. I already know that they're not. Or African Americans, they're not going to do it.
We didn't give them nothing.
Let me ask Let me ask you a question real quick, right?
We don't legally exist.
Would you respect anybody who know what the color black is and then look at themselves in the mirror and realize?
I want you to see what was going on in 1918. Hold on.
Meaning,
hey, can I share my screen? Because
but it's turned black because the color don't represent me. So what is the alternative meaning for it? Do you have some secret meaning for it that I don't know about?
Hey, they
do
do
mean
like secret meaning.
Oh, it got a meaning.
Hey, can I share my screen? Because
ABC and going to XYZ.
hey, because he was telling us about 1918, bro, and I just want niggas to see. Hold on, I want you to see what was.
This is
okay. Well, I want you to see what was going on in 1918. Hold on.
You have to understand.
We was building pyramids in 1586, nigga, and having feasts. Can I share my screen, bro? So niggas can see what's really going on. So they can see this U.S. Army. You see this U.S. Army Boeing plane, nigga?
You got something you want to share, bro, or you got something you want
to? Nah, peace, y'all. Peace. Peace. Now, when you was talking about the black slave owners, I just mentioned that by law they wasn't allowed to own white people.
Who?
Any
How
of
do
the
you
black slave owners.
hold up? But
That's not true, though. Not a coincidence.
listen, bro. Listen, my dude. Listen. Listen to this. Let's just be for real, okay? Let's be for real. I understand what you got, but you ain't got the research that I got. You ain't got the research that's telling you the Civil War was the free white slaves. You don't have that type of research. So you're still going off the narrative that slaves was black. You don't have no research that's telling you that white people were slaves here in the millions. You don't have access to that. So of course you're gonna go off the narrative to say that okay, a white man would be friendly enough to let another black man own other black people as slaves, and not understanding that the only slaves that was here were white people. If you're so fucking educated, you'll go back and read the etymology term of what the fucking word slave or where it came from. And it's telling you because of the so many slaves sold by conquering people, the word slave came up. And these people still being called slaves into the 2022.
Facts.
Yugoslavian, Slovenian. But you niggas still come here under the same, everything that these Pan-Africans and these so-called historians learn. They learn from the mind of a European. You never deciphered it. You never decoded it. You never cross-referenced it. You never use pros and cons. You never use research tools or a methodology to see if this shit true or not. And like I told you, William Ellison owned more slaves in South Carolina than any white man. And let's say if they was black slaves, which they wasn't black slaves, they was white slaves. Why would another white man let another black man outdo him and own more property than him?
I'll wait. That was a question you wanted me to answer?
I mean, you can answer it if you want.
I mean, You saying that he was outdoing them? He wasn't outdoing them. He was successful. Yeah.
My dude. Listen, I did
Damn,
William
bro,
Ellison. Look. A lot of people ain't even know about William Ellison. So if you just learned about William Ellison 6 months ago, you cannot tell me. Okay, so what I'm telling you is, I'm quite sure you didn't know about him 2 years ago. Because a lot of these everybody gonna say they was the first one to understand something. I did extensive research. Okay, well, what I'm trying to tell you is this. You using the European argument. Matter of fact, you saying shit that the Europeans wouldn't even say. And this is what they do. People like you just want us to keep on with this pity party, thinking that we were slaves when we got enough.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what you saying? I'm sorry. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. Go ahead, explain to you. Explain.
That's all you was doing the whole time. But like, just like this news article I got from 1856, it talks about how William Ellison, he was an exception to the rule. He wasn't everything that was going on. It says, occasionally, however, as in general rules, we find an exception. A correspondent of Saturday's Evening Post says, I haven't been reading the paper. I ain't gonna read the whole shit, but it goes down talking about how reading this reminds me of the case of South Carolina, which deserves.
Oh, let me stop you. Hold up.
A Negro man by
hold up. What year is that article written in?
1856.
Oh, is it written in 1856 or is it took it? Hold up. That don't sound like no 1856 language. That sounds like somebody who went back and did research.
From a newspaper from 1856. This is not a website article. It is from a scanned newspaper from 1856.
Okay, now go ahead, elaborate.
All right, where they're specifically talking about how he is the exception and not the rule. Says Negroes generally have not the capacity or industry to acquire wealth under any circumstances, bond or free. Occasionally, however, as in general rules, we find an exception. And then it goes on. A guy he reads he sends in his right. He said, "I have reading in your paper an account of a free Negro in one of the free states who, by his industry, has accumulated several $1,000s worth of property and raised a large family. Reading this reminds me of a case of a South Carolina, which deserves notice. A Negro man by William Ellison was bonded out by his master to a gin right in Winsboro, South Carolina. During this time of his apprenticeship, he was allowed by his master to do extra work. And from his industry and economy, he laid up sufficient money to purchase his freedom from his master. About 30 years ago, he came to Statesboro, Sumter District, South Carolina, and commenced gin making and repairing. In short time, he was able to produce his wife and children. And the last time I was in South Carolina in 1845, William Ellison owned 40 or 50 Negroes. So I don't understand. White people was never called Negroes, bro.
Okay, but let me explain to you something that you probably missing, right? All right, so when you read some of this stuff, right, they will tell you American Indians, right? They would say American Indians, and then they would say Negroes, right? Do you know how the classification of Negro came in this landmass?
How the yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, tell me.
It came because they was taking people from a place they called Negro land.
Okay, now the Negro is a mixture between the Indian and the Slavic. This is when they started to create these terms. That's where the term Negro came from when they started.
No,
listen, let me say it one more time. Let me say it one more time to you. Let me say it one more time to you. Okay. The only reason why you would have seen melanated slaves because their mother was Slavic. So a lot of times, let me elaborate on this, and then you can ask the question. So a lot of times, these Slavic women was running from these plantations, running into our land, and like how niggas swirl today, niggas was taking these Europeans as concubines and having children and procreating with them, and the children will come out like mulatto. Now we know I'm light skinned myself. Now
so when did this mixing start?
The mixing started in Bacon Rebellion in 18.
Okay,
actually the mix. It came before that because I just explained to you that in the hair rooms of what we call Iberia, that some people call Europe today, the hair rooms, this shit been going on since Europeans was created. So it's like,
Don't forget that the French king in the 1700s was paying motherfuckers and sending them over here to intermarry with us so that they could get the land through the ties of kinship. This 1700s, he was paying them the equivalent of like 30,000 in today's money. They called it livre, L-I-V-R-E. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's some French shit. But he was paying motherfuckers to come over here and intermarry with the Indians so they could get our land. That's in the book 1700, where they even talking about the plan. Several.
All right, that's fine. Now, this is what I'm trying to understand. So y'all saying it's a mixture between the Slav and American Indian. That's how you get the slave?
No, that's how you get the word Indian.
Oh, that's how you get the word. No, which one was it? Negro.
Negro. No. All right, so look.
Slave is Slavic, bro.
So let me just give you.
We was talking about the word Negro.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let me give you an
still
understanding,
are, bro. I'm just showing you. Asked when the intermarrying began. When did the American Indians, so-called American Indians, and the Slavics start mixing to create this so-called Negro caste?
Yeah. So y'all saying that Negroes come from those two people?
Yes.
Nah, man, the word Negro comes from a dude named Blue Block in the Christian codes, man.
So when did these people start mixing? That's what I'm saying.
African American is just a caste system they put on you, like
Real word. What I'm telling him is this. Listen, when they was classifying people, listen to this, okay?
Y'all gotta let me get something out.
You could. I mean, you go. I'm gonna say this, and then you could go ahead and figure it out. Because I don't want you to be trying to guess it and keep asking me questions. I'm gonna just make myself clear on what I'm saying.
I just want to know when these two people got introduced so that they because you're saying the Negro comes from the mixture of these people. So when did they get produced? When did they introduce each other to be able to make these Negroes?
When did who introduce them?
Whoever. You saying that the Native
Okay,
American,
you want to say. Okay, you want to say Blackamoors, or you want to say people that came from Iberia that was connected to this culture? Because
because William Ellison owned 40 to 50 Negroes. You're trying
to say he owned other so-called mixtures of the American Indian and the Slavic.
So when we look back in time and they're talking about Negroes, they're not talking about what they generally talk about black people. That's what you're telling everybody.
And some listen. That term, you got to understand something. That term is exaggerated. It's exaggerated. Yes, sometimes they classify so-called Moors or American Indians as Negro, but because the Negro looked it like both of them. So they just started to classify everybody as that later on. And it ain't even they. People took on them classifications by default.
So the Negro looked like the Slavic and the Mongoloid?
No, the Negro. Yeah. Have you ever seen a mulatto? Have you ever seen a mulatto? Like I said, I'm light skinned. So my mother was light skinned and my father's dark skinned. Okay. So my brother is dark skinned. And then my little brother is darker than me. So what I'm trying to tell you is that we know when this mixture come, it could come out many different ways. So what I'm telling you is that they would classify all the children of the Slavics as Negroes, bro. They weren't calling them mulattoes. They was calling them mulattoes, but they was also calling them Negroes too.
Yeah, mulatto meant light skin back then. See, what niggas thinking about all this old whitewash and these niggas, these half-breed ass niggas wasn't no half-breeds. Them octoroons, my nigga. These niggas just washed all the way out, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I go so hard on niggas, because it ain't no half-breed did shit, my nigga. These octoroon niggas, these niggas got it's just think, bro. If you got an Indian, your grandmama Indian, your granddaddy white, boom, now you born, you light skin and shit, you could go either way, but then they put you with a white girl. Now they know it's still in there, they're gonna put you with a white girl again. That's 4 times right there.
I understand.
So they washing us out, bro. They say
they bleaching, they bleaching us out,
bro.
Yeah, but that's exactly. Come on, y'all. I think y'all staying away from the conversation. It started with William Ellison. I said William Ellison couldn't own white people.
But what we saying, this is the point you missing. Look. Let me put it like this. I just posted the book with the Free Negro Owners and Slaves, 1830, absentee shit, whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole book. And it's talking about who own what. All these niggas own niggas. But it's a point that you missing, bro. And the point is that
the best analogy I could come with personally from my research is that slave paperwork was your state ID, my nigga. You couldn't get caught out here in these streets without no ID, or the motherfuckers will grab you up and take you somewhere. So everybody had to have some paperwork. So niggas would have their sons and daughters and wives and grandmamas and aunties on the thing as they slaves, my nigga. So they would have some paperwork so these motherfuckers couldn't grab them up because they didn't have no paperwork.
Hold on, but that's not my point. I agree with you.
You saying he couldn't own Negroes?
No, he couldn't.
Hey, can you put that? Hey, look. Put that article in the chat. Put that article in the chat room. I want to see it myself.
Well, he said they couldn't own white people is what he said.
I want to see the article. But put if you got that, hold on. No, not a coincidence. Put it in
right now.
Yeah, I want to read that. I just put that book in there, bro. And the book, and even what's crazy is when you go to the book, just look, you ain't even got to read it. It's a short book, so you can read it fast. But when you scroll down in the reviews, somebody wrote, my research has, now this is just a random person, you take it however. And it says subject, Black slave owners. My research has discovered many wealthy Black slave owners. Cherokee and Creek owned Blacks, and Blacks owned Indians also. Some whites, Irish, were owned by Blacks, although owning Christians was outlawed very early. Rockefeller Foundation helped printed this book, ironic as they were part of the families that monopolized the slave trade. Everybody owned everybody, my nigga. This whole slave concept is not what you niggas be thinking, bro. This shit is not roots, bro.
And even with Christians, Hawk School, look, remember this. Even when Christians, okay, remember Charles V in 15, according to their timeline, in the 1500s was a motherfucking Negro with a Sunni fucking beard. And he was also under Catholicism or Christianity. So the original Christians were Moors that lived in Rome. So even when we talking about them, we automatically assume that Christians were white people. No, they converted later on, and the religion was based on what we see as white people being the how do you want to say the forerunners in that religion. But originally, when you go back, Charlemagne, Constantine, fucking, like I said, Charles V, Charles IV, Charles III, Charles II, Charles
Was Henry VIII one of them?
Yes.
One of them Henrys?
Yes. All of the Germans.
I've been watching all that old medieval shit. And these niggas is brothers killing brothers, niggas killing their daddies. These European countries isn't as rich as niggas thought back then. That's why they came over here stealing our shit, my nigga. I don't understand how people can't piece it together. You know what I'm saying? It's even got, I just did a video and the European out here talking about how the Indians was calling themselves Romans. Now, if you go do the etymology on Rome, it don't have no origin, bro. It's a word of uncertain origin.
That's a fact.
But the history that they talk about when they put them, a lot of history comes from over here. If we had starports and the number 0 and shit, then people came over here to learn our shit.
Bro, look, and on the north side of St. Louis, bro, this is what blew my mind, because I done went around this water tower 1,000 times buying weed, my nigga, allegedly. It's a motherfucking Corinthian tower on the north side in the hood of St. Louis, and it's twice as big as the motherfucking, what they call them, the shit in Greece. The largest Corinthian tower on the planet Earth, nigga, is on the north side of our shit, because all the land down there by the arch,
so what stopped these racist ass white people from running up in William Ellison shit, taking his shit, taking his slaves, taking his land, and putting him back into slavery?
So just because it didn't happen to him, it happened to plenty other people.
Okay, so why it didn't happen to him in South Carolina? South Carolina was one of the races, according to what we hear in history.
Stop, bro. But see, this is what I'm saying. You keep going to these history books, but you keep saying don't listen to what they tell you. So
I'm taking certain.
No, piece it all together is what we're saying, bro. You get trapped in the pages.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
no, we're not trapped. We free. We free, my dude. We free.
I'm free.
No, you're not free. We free. You still think you was a slave?
Bro, can I say one thing? Why?
All right, but don't elaborate on anything. All right, ask the question.
No,
go ahead, bro. Man. It's all love,
just
my
like,
nigga.
Listen, well then let me talk. the largest free population of black people was in slave states like Virginia, South Carolina. So I don't know
How?
because
So
they would
why?
get free and not leave.
So
because
they would
their
give.
family
Hold
was
on.
still there.
All right. So hold on. So let's make sense of this shit. Let's make some sense of this shit, right? So the accounts that we seen in our life, and when they show you back in the 60s and the 50s and all this, how white people was running up in your land, hanging, lynching niggas or whatever. It's so funny that you don't hear about no motherfucking lynchings in the 1800s. All of the lynchings came at the end of the 1800s. And the other thing is that I find very fucking funny is this, right? Okay, so now all of you find me some lynchings that was done in the 1800s. All of them is going to be like 1880, all the way into the 1900s, bro. What are you talking about?
Bro, go watch an old Wild West movie and go see how them clampers was getting their ass hung on a daily, bro. They was hanging each other. Go look at them little shanty gold rush towns.
Everything is go watch a movie. Go watch a movie.
Well, my nigga, because it's sad that I have to say that, my nigga. But you could go look at the pictures of the Wild West. You could go do a whole study on the gold rush of 1849 and see who was looking for some gold because they was poor as shit because it wasn't no niggas.
Not a coincidence. Are you saying that all black people come from Africa and were slaves in the 13 colonies?
He knows for a fact that the first slaves in America, including the colonies, were in fact white slaves. Not indentured servants, white slaves.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, then
You gotta study, do the research.
No. He said, no, I don't gotta do no research. He said that I know.
Definitely gotta do some research, my nigga. We're talking about research.
Yo, all y'all do is sit up here and freestyle. Like, come on, man.
No, we really not freestyling.
What we read. You talking about an article, my nigga. I'm talking about 500.
Paraphrasing. And what I'm doing is
right now on white slavery right now.
Hey, look, he said freestyling. Well, hey, look, what I do is I paraphrase and I summarize information I got. Ain't none of this shit I'm doing, I made up, my dude. Everything I'm doing,
Why
I'm
don't you just look up
paraphrasing.
the orphan trains?
I just posted a whole book, my nigga, about free Negro slave owners in 1830. I posted it right in the chat twice.
And I got the other 7 to go with them. Hold
So
up.
have you ever read those?
Hold on. First of all, why y'all trying? Yes, of course. Bro. Like, but why are you trying to act like I'm saying there wasn't Negro slave owners? I never said that. I said these niggas wasn't owning white people, and y'all still haven't proved
That's
that.
false.
Hold on,
Y'all keep trying to say everything I'm not saying.
That's
Y'all keep
false.
trying to say everything I'm not saying.
That's false, bro. That's false.
White people. That's just it.
Well, that's false.
Show me. Show it.
All right, hold up.
Yeah, don't say black people. Hold on. This is what I want to ask y'all too. Are y'all saying the Indians had slave owners or the black folks?
Both Indians and blacks own white slaves. I'm about to prove that.
Yeah, okay.
Facts.
I thought we was wondering.
Make sure it's before make sure it's after 1672. Let me see that.
Well, earlier he asked you what time. You said any time.
No, okay. I didn't even. I never got to talk. I can show you the law in 1670 in Virginia where they passed it. So that y'all don't let me talk. So show me.
Yeah, but you talking about Virginia, bro?
And William Ellison is way
people
after.
Wasn't honoring other niggas' state laws, my nigga. They still barely do that.
When you said 1670, though, I want you to prove places they was in America just running crazy in America.
In 1672, they had made it across the Mississippi in 1850.
Hey, look, we got a book right here called Black Masters, White Slaves, bro. So I'm gonna pull this up and just read to you a couple of different scenarios, bro. And this ain't something I made up. So this ain't something I made up. I'm like I said, everything I'm talking to you is I'm paraphrasing numerous hours and come on, my dude. I understand that your mind can't understand what we saying, bro. But we have sources to prove this shit.
Bro, you could go all down my YouTube and everything I'm telling you is a book, a build for motherfucking 2-3 hours with books and sources that you can go read for yourself, primary sources, 1600, 1700, 1800, whatever you want to do, bro. Like, I do this shit, bro. I'm reading these books where the motherfucking letters ain't even the same. 500 pages.
Mm-hmm.
Nigga getting a migraine trying to see which is an S and which is an F because they both here. 500 pages of that shit, bro. To sit up here for a nigga to talk about an article, my nigga. we got to do more. Like I be telling niggas want, oh, well, show me this, show me that. Bro, these people are trying to cover this shit up. It's like a motherfucker covering up.
That's
a murder.
right. Yes.
Show me the clue.
Yes.
Where the fingerprints on the gun?
Yes.
Come on,
And
bro.
see, look, that's the best way to put it.
So it's all conjecture.
This is an investigation, my nigga, on a cover up.
I want to allow.
No evidence, and y'all putting shit.
I do want to allow not a coincidence to chance to get his shit off without being interrupted, y'all. Let's get it off, y'all. Go ahead. Not a coincidence.
I'm waiting for fam to read that out that book.
Give me. I'm about to pull up 6 books for you. Just give me a second. I want.
No, I don't need 6.
No.
Listen.
When
Oh, yeah,
when
show me.
All right, hold up. Just give me. Hey, look. Go ahead. You could talk until I present this shit. So go ahead. The floor is yours.
I don't got nothing to say. All you gotta do is show me after 1670. That's in America. That's all I'm looking for.
We got to be forensic scientists with this shit, my nigga. We can't be beat cops on this.
Hey, A1, if you don't mind, can you drop them books in the back, my brother?
I gotta try because they on my every time I try to put them in there, like it's hard to really get them up. I gotta put them in my Google Drive and then do it like that. It's hard to transfer.
YouTube will block it.
Yeah, it's hard to transfer from my downloads because a lot of these books are in PDF. So it's hard to like for me going right in my download and copy and paste it and putting it into the chat room. Sometimes shit doesn't come up. You know what I'm saying? So if I can, bro, if you email me, I can probably send them to you through email.
All right, I'm putting my email in the back right now.
So that'll probably be the best way.
What's crazy, A1, is if niggas even look at the people who talk and look at niggas' channels, bro, niggas don't even be getting no money off this shit, my nigga. Ain't nobody paying a nigga to lie to niggas. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas is doing all this work to bring the truth to our people, and niggas be argumentative like we on the other side, my nigga. We on the same side.
I'm gonna keep it a book. Not a coincidence. Been around y'all for years, man. He heard this before. This ain't shit new to him. He just don't do the research.
That's cool though. It's good for the people to see.
I don't do the research, but I do plenty of research.
You don't debunk nothing, bro. You don't debunk nothing because if you was doing the research, if you was doing the real research, bro, if you was doing the research, you would be hip to what's going on at this point. So there's no way you can say you do the research, bro. You're the police. You're the police.
You're the police, bitch.
No, you're the police, bro.
Whoa, nigga, that's
like you
word.
Weird.
You
weird,
dude. You can't be around no real niggas.
You're weird. You're weird, bro. You're weird, bro. You're weird. You're weird. You're weird. But you're not gonna do shit. You're not gonna do shit. You're not gonna do shit.
I don't go left, man. That's what
you're not gonna do shit. I pull up. I will pull up. I will pull up. Nigga, send your address, nigga.
Hey man, y'all do that on the private level, man. Y'all call each other.
Send your address so I can let my dispatch know I need to go to New York. What you talking about? Bitch, you stay in my DM. You follow me. I don't follow you.
You hit me. The
fuck you talking about, dude? Anyway, you the police. You the police. You the police, not a coincidence. You the police. You're not gonna do shit. You a government informant. You a rat. You eat cheese. You ain't gonna do shit about it. You ain't gonna do shit. You ain't gonna do shit. Wow, nigga, your people told you was Shinnecock. You still talking about African.
They
say
the gods must be crazy because I let my hair grow wild, looking like a nappy nigga child. Black folks say cut that.
That nigga family told him he was Shinnecock. He still talking about some African shit. You the police, boy. You hate your fucking family. You the fucking police, nigga.
You don't even know what you talking about, bro. That's
I know what I'm talking about. Clown ass nigga.
Hey, let's talk about these books,
all y'all niggas claim tribes that enslaved y'all.
Man, we can save all that, man. Save all that, bro.
Nigga always over here. He weird. Why you always over here? You always want to debate, nigga. Go teach on your channel, nigga.
Hawks don't fly with pigeons, man. Hawks don't fly with pigeons.
Nigga retarded as fuck, bro.
Fly higher.
Nigga been over here for 3 years, still trying to debate dumb shit.
This how I know I'll be right.
You don't be right by shit, nigga. You don't be right by shit.
Talk about anything like a man.
Oh, you telling me the white man snatched this? The white man.
You know when y'all do this shit, man, it make the people forget what they was learning, bro. And niggas got short attention spans as it is, man. So as long as I'm right here, I ain't finna let niggas steal the show with all this negativity, bro.
Nah, y'all got it, man. I'm chilling. That
Ain't not a coincidence. So you're saying
I
that
ain't forget
people
to
wasn't on this land. You saying that people wasn't great?
That's not what I'm saying. Hold on. That's not what I'm saying. I never said that. What I'm saying is Negroes is not owning white slaves after 1670. So I'm still waiting to see that. While everybody's causing all this confusion, that's what it was about. Because y'all brought up William Ellison. I told you couldn't own white people. He wasn't owning white people. We showed an article. He had 40 to 50 Negroes. Where's these white people being enslaved?
Okay, what about John
Jamaica?
Henson? What about
that's
John
not
Henson?
on the.
What about John Henson, the president of America, before the white man? See, I'm just trying to put proof to you that.
Hold on, now stop. No, that's not
I'm just gonna give it right
that,
back
that's
to
you
you.
fucking shit up, bro.
Can I
He was
just give it
in
Let's
right
do the
back to you,
Irish
bro?
Jamaicans, bro. Let's look up Jamaica and the Irish that was over there working the sugar cane shit.
I'm just trying to put in some proof that we had power over here and people was under us.
Well, I mean, you got to think about it, bro. Look, let's be logical, bro.
Aboriginal.
Who taught these people how to farm this land anyway, bro? So you gonna tell me some nigga who don't know how to farm the land is just gonna be made the kingpin? He don't even know what to tell the nigga to do. He don't even know if a nigga doing something wrong or not. Let's just think about it from a logical aspect, bro. Niggas could just be out in the field digging holes because this motherfucker don't know nothing about what's going on around here. So it's got to be
talking about servitude and putting us to that, and I'm just like, there's proof that we was in power doing powerful shit and people was under us, and he can't rebut that.
Well, that's not my argument, bro. What are you talking about?
His
man?
argument is that we weren't,
Fuck
that
outta here,
niggas
man.
could not own white people after 1672. Is that correct, bro?
After 1670 in America.
Okay, so that's his premise, and you say you posted an article that proves that that's a fact.
No, I posted an article that talked about William Ellison owning Negroes, and that he was the exception and not the rule. That it wasn't just niggas running around here owning motherfuckers.
So William Ellison had special. So he had special privilege over the rest of the Negroes, right? And it was a white. And it was. I mean, obviously he did. If it was an exception, if they allowed, but.
Well, what about the book I just posted with the free Negro owners 1830, bro? It's a whole book just full of niggas who own hundreds and fifties of motherfucking
if you go in the
slaves.
beginning of that book, if you go in the beginning of the book, it'll tell you most of them people own their family members, bro.
That's my exactly.
Hold
So
on,
piece it
because
together.
there was laws.
So what is slavery then? What is slavery if I own my mama?
Yeah, but stop, bro. Bro,
I'm asking you, bro.
Bro, listen to me. That does not account for all the slave owners there was. There was way
no, but it gives us a different picture of what slavery is, bro. It paints a different picture of what slavery was as an institution. If I own my children and my mama, my nigga, you think I was beating them, nigga, making them work 14 hours outside?
That's not every slave got beat, so I don't even know why you're saying that, bro.
That don't correlate with the story then. That don't correlate with the story then.
But why y'all following some story that y'all keep saying don't follow?
Bro, you're following the story that all niggas were slaves and got their ass beat by white people. That's the story that we've been told, bro. Like, come on, are you serious, bro? Are you being serious right now?
How I'm following the story?
Come on, man. All right, now. That's why I say
listen to me. Yo, listen, there's laws in Virginia at this time that kept people staying there. They was trying. They was trying to acquire their whole family. They would still have other people enslaved, and they wouldn't leave. So,
bro, that's in Virginia. But you still only talking about Virginia. Because look, there was motherfucking Emperor Norton of San Francisco. This nigga, some European, made himself Emperor of San Francisco in the mid 1800s. So niggas wasn't recognizing everything going on state by state, is what I'm telling you, bro. And it wasn't until after 1850 that they even got across the Mississippi River. So what's happening to the other niggas, bro? Where the other 12, 20, 15 million niggas? What's going on with them?
There isn't 12, 20, 15 million niggas. You want to call those other people niggas? They're not. Those are the people y'all say y'all not.
Bro, they only brought 400,000 motherfuckers over to Brazil, my nigga. And that's where all these niggas came from that's in America now?
You said, no, that's not where all they came. What do you, listen, I'm
talking about these so-called slaves, bro. Where did all these niggas come from that I see in every hood in America?
Africa, nigga, from Africa.
Bro, you out. Where's the documentation for that? You out your mind, bro.
Fuck out of here, man. I like how y'all
you out your mind, my nigga.
Where's these black people owning white people at? Y'all still
Hey,
haven't shown that.
how many African slaves came to North America?
Where's these white people that are owning? Where's these
Bro,
black people?
how
Hey
many?
man, you can
How
move
many?
you can move the flagpole all around this motherfucker, and we're gonna keep
What are you talking about? 5
sticking
minutes?
that
Ain't no
motherfucker
moving
in the
the
ground and
flagpole. He
stepping on
said
it.
that he was about to. A1 said he's gonna read a book. He never
Hey,
read
give
the
me a
book
second,
because the
bro. I'm
book is
trying
talking
to
about the
look.
Barbary Code.
Listen, ain't
I'm
talking
Man,
talking
it's some
about
simple shit like that. We had a president that had all white people under him before 1776. So that's after your
Yo, bro,
1640.
you don't know
I
what
said
you're
all
talking
of them
about,
was under
John.
him, bro.
There's two John Hensons. There's one who was the president of the whatever in America, and then there's John Henson. You're talking about was in Liberia, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
Man, that dude that was in like, hold on,
That's
bro.
the oldest. Listen, that's the
Now,
oldest
which
like
two?
pseudo
Which
shit
one
you
are
can
you?
talk
Which one
about.
am I talking about?
Wait, what year?
My
What year in
nigga John
Liberia?
Henson, man.
The man
What
in
year in
Liberia.
Liberia?
Man,
What
look it
year?
up.
The man in
Look it
No,
up.
no, 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 no.
What am I talking
What year in
Look it up.
Liberia?
Look it
What
up.
year in
Look it
Liberia?
up. Look
You
it
know
up,
I'm
bro.
asking for a reason. That's why you saying look it up. What year in Liberia?
Look it up. Look it
Just
up.
say it, bro.
I
Just say
don't
it.
I
care.
don't
I'm
have to
just
say
State
anything
your
asking
to
which
source.
you.
one am I
I'm not
talking
saying
about?
nothing to you
State your source. Why
No,
not?
I'm talking about the
because I
president.
don't want to.
Yeah.
I'm
See,
talking about
see
the
what I'm saying,
president too.
y'all?
I'm talking about the
Okay,
president
then
too.
he had white people as subjects and servants, and under the
No,
great, they could say it, the great
I'm
peace and
telling
hope.
you, you got the people confused.
Rebut it, bro. Rebut it.
I just
The
did.
president
I
has
just
people
did.
under them as servants in the time of servitude and slavery.
Man, you could pull up some video footage of white people waiting on Daddy Grace in motherfucking Harlem
You
when
could
they was
pull up
following
white
him as a
people
god,
picking
nigga. And this
cotton.
is in the
Cotton talk.
1900s, bro. Like motherfuckers
Yeah,
been
but there
knowing we
was
was
no.
them
That's
niggas. I
fine.
don't know why you don't want us to be.
Oh man.
So you're saying there's no proof of white people picking cotton and the stuff that my brother just said?
I never said that, bro. Y'all keep
Okay,
trying
then.
to.
So we're
You
proving
So
that
pressing my
why are
point.
you like forcing this? We came from the bottom shit, my nigga. When we the top of the food chain of the whole planet Earth.
When did I ever say that? That's what y'all saying. Just because
That's
I
the
disagree
premise,
with one
my
or two
nigga.
things y'all say.
That's the
No, it's not
premise.
the premise.
And let's
The premise is
just get away
listen,
from
no,
all
no,
of that and let's
listen,
just be in the now
listen, no,
and see who does the whole planet Earth hate now, my nigga. And why would the whole planet Earth hate some
That
niggas
ain't
that
nothing
wasn't
new.
nothing but
That's
some
nothing
bottom
new.
feeders from the jump? Think
Exactly,
about it, bro.
Hulk. Exactly.
Because of media
Hey,
and
look, hey,
propaganda.
look, hey, look.
Media and
Well, hey,
propaganda.
hey, real quick, right? All right, boom. What he says about the 1600s is true because, but hold up, it's true
Thank
to
you.
a point. No.
I never said that, bro. Y'all keep
Okay,
trying to.
then. So we're proving.
The premise.
And
The premise
let's
is
just get away
listen,
from
no,
all
no,
of that and let's
listen,
just be in the now
listen, no,
and see who does the whole planet Earth hate now, my nigga. And why would the whole planet Earth hate some
That
niggas
ain't
that
nothing
wasn't
new.
nothing but
That's
some
nothing
bottom
new.
feeders from the jump? Think about it,
Exactly,
bro.
Hulk.
Because
Exactly.
of media and
Hey, look, hey,
propaganda.
look, hey,
Media
look.
and
Well, hey,
propaganda.
hey, real quick, right? All right, boom. What he says about the 1600s is true because, but hold up, it's true
Thank
to
you.
a point. No. It's only true to a point if you allow your mind to believe what these motherfuckers is telling you. Because first of all, right, all right, boom. What he says about the 1600s is true because, right, all right, boom. What he says about the 1600s is true because, but hold up, it's true
Thank you.
to a point. No. It's only true to a point if you allow your mind to believe what these motherfuckers is telling you. Because first of all, now look, it say white slave, black slave owners in America. Robert M. Grooms. It says in the Johnson family, now they call him African American, but let's dodge the hijack. It say owner of white and black slaves has revealed the fact that blacks owned white slaves in America. Now check this out, right? Now
That
understand
was in
this, right?
1650, bro. That's what
Okay.
they talking about. Anthony Johnson 1650. Come on, bro.
As
Brought
a
the book.
researcher,
You brought it.
look. As a researcher and as a motherfucker who got a fucking brain, right? Now remember, they brought us here in 1619 as slaves, right? So now you telling me even the Anthony Johnson story is fucking suspicious, my dude, because
You
they
know,
brought you here.
they
Yes,
gotta
yes.
start
Oh,
all over.
don't give me
They
the
didn't bring you here
European,
as slaves.
my
In
dude.
1619, they didn't bring you here as slaves, bro.
Bro,
That's where you wrong at. That's where you wrong at.
what's the bitch name that got the article in the Time magazine? What the fuck is her name? Hannah Nicole Smith, okay? They always tell you 1619, nigga. They don't
They brought you here
deviate.
as
Hold up, bro.
indentured servant.
They
Using indentured
don't
servant. You can get out of it.
deviate. Listen, my dude, they don't deviate from it. That indentured slave story, the indentured servant story, is so you will believe that black people was able to get free. But from our history and what they told us here, they freed black people in 1865. But now also got the forgotten cause of Civil War here that tells you that the reason of the Civil War was over white slavery. So now that story don't even add up. So which one? What is true and what is not true? And what should we believe and what shouldn't we believe? If this nigga was able to own white slaves in 1600, what the fuck made you think that they ain't owned slaves all the way up until 1865? Because you don't want to believe that, right? You don't want to believe that, right? So if blacks owned slaves in the 1600s, what makes you think they want slaves owning them in the 1800s? Because you found the article that white people telling you that they didn't?
Mom, I have to give all to myself.
Shit crazy.
Where he at?
He ran.
Where he at? But Hawk School.
Shit
See,
crazy.
listen, like I originally said when I first came up here, right? We got a lot of answers, a lot of questions to ask, right? That doesn't make no sense. And what happens is this. White people will be the one that come up and offer the answer because we still sit up here. We still sit up here deliberating or trying to make sense of this shit because according to the history that they told us, none of this shit factored out. So now white people just comes up and then they come up and make the explanation for us and we believe them. So now they telling you, now listen, am I wrong or am I right? Don't they tell you from 1619 until 1865, they had blacks in bondage. Now they forget to tell you the fact that black people was free. You had according to them freemen, you had blacks owning slaves all in the time from 1619 until 1865. And what the fuck they forgot to tell you was this one I'm about to read to you right now, my brother. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, man.
Man, I told these niggas 1858, man. In London, great stink of London. These hunkies didn't even know where to put the goddamn shit coming out their ass, bro. They didn't even know what to do with their own shit. This 1858, London, capital city. You know what I'm saying?
As everybody say, the Moors.
My nigga.
Conquered who? I'm talking shit about that nigga Al Young in the chat, but everybody say the Moors.
Well, I didn't hear what he said.
So how can we have slaves then? If the Moors taught the Europeans everything, why didn't everybody have European slaves then?
And then when you start doing the research on the architecture and see all these buildings that was here that these motherfuckers never built, you think niggas was out here with no shirt on living in teepees, my nigga?
All right, here you go right here, right? So this is a forgotten cause of Civil War. It's in the prefix. It say what is often overlooked, however, is the fact that in reality, this is a social classification. A white person and a person who has a distant black ancestor but no discernible black traits look the same and are both psychologically white human beings. It was a common thinking in the North to hold that slave who looked white or look like a white person and not mulatto and not black people, as it will be seen in the political ramifications of white slavery was the ultimate cause of the Civil War. Now, these motherfuckers been telling us that the Civil War was over black people, but then at the same time,
you didn't just read what you just read, bro?
I've been realized this a race war.
No. I read that.
You don't understand what you just read?
Yes, I understand it.
So
you want me? Let me say it again. It said, "As it will be." No. Let me say it again. As it will be seen, the political ramifications of white slavery was the ultimate cause of the Civil War. Now, don't change the narrative to what they've been telling us what the Civil War was about. It was supposed to be about black slavery.
Hold on.
But now we read Hold on, my ass.
Stop,
listen, if you go to any scholar.
I got the book, bro. You're bugging.
Okay.
It's telling you that the white
Give me the white man. Give me your white man explanation.
They just mentioned Negro in there. They just said Negro.
Bro, and they just said Negroes that look white. They just said Negroes that look white that just went right back into what I told you about black men mating with Slavic women. Brother,
man, through the whole book. Listen, stop, bro. You doing way too much, man.
Yo, you doing way too much because you trying to brainwash us.
No,
Down
not,
south,
Brent.
we call it stuck
Why
on
did they
stoop.
say anything about Negro in there? Why did they say anything about Negro in there?
My dude,
Because
I'm
through the
gonna
whole
read it to you again. I'm gonna read it to you again.
Wow.
It says a
Through the
white
whole book.
person. Listen, look. It says a white person and a person who has a distinctive black ancestor. Now, wait a minute. What would this distinct with black ancestor be? Hold up. Hold the fuck up.
It's the one
I
drop
just
rule, bro.
before I just told you that white Slavic women used to run away from. Bro, let me get finished. Let me get finished. On my A1 mutual.
Then let me
AP mutual. Okay. I just told you from the get-go that it was white Slavic women that was running away from these plantations, running into our community. And if you want to say Indian or Aboriginal men at that time, used to take them on as concubines. Now, understand this, right? It says a white person and a person who has a distant black ancestor, but no discernible black traits, look the same and are psychologically white human beings. Motherfucker, what are you talking about?
Not to other white people because they got blood in them.
I'm done, man.
About?
I'm done.
It's the honor class, man. You're in the wrong classroom. You gotta go down in the basement to the left, bro.
I told y'all.
I'm done.
They're telling you they hate white black people so much that if they know you got a little bit of black blood in you, they treat you way different.
That was Walter Plecker. That was Walter Plecker. That was Walter Plecker in 1921. We're talking about 1865.
You don't want me to pull that book up.
I don't give a fuck if you pull up or not. All right, listen. Everybody in the chat room.
Ran from the other book.
I'm not running from nothing. I already explained it.
Man, let's get some bows and arrows in the chat.
And you can't find no white.
Everybody, all right, hold on.
Come on, man.
Hold on. AP, can you just mute this brother for 1 second, please? Please just mute him, man. Everybody in the chat room, if you agree with what the Civil War was supposed to be to free black slaves, right? That's what everybody on the panel is. That's what we've been told, that the Civil War was to free black slaves, right? Yes or no?
That's definitely what they told. Yep.
Yes or no? Yes or no, right? But here we have a book that's telling us that the Civil War was to free white slaves. And then we have another guy who telling us in 1619, when they took black people from these places in Africa and brought them here to be fucking slaves, in the 1600s, you got black people owning white people, and you don't believe in your fucking mind to be able to dodge the hijack that from 1619 to 1865, there was still black people owning white people? You don't believe that?
Because of an article in Virginia.
How could you believe you ain't showing?
I can easily believe it because all of the history is all lies. Everything that they tell us is lies. And then when we run across these lies, we're like, well, listen. Every history that they telling us that was put on us, we're finding out that it was the opposite. And then when we find out it's the opposite, we try to create some type of sense or reality to keep our mind state in that slave condition. So for you to continue to be a slave, you want to make up an explanation that the white man wouldn't even agree with you on.
You are the personification of cognitive dissonance.
A white man will come up here and disagree with you, man. So if they lying about some of this shit, you think that they telling you the truth about? No, you have to use your fucking theory, and you have to come up with the hypothesis to fucking understand what the fuck is going on at this point in time, bro. You can't sit here and
make shit up. Make shit up.
Say that again.
Make shit up. That's what you're saying.
We ain't making nothing up. Well, I'm using common fucking sense because according to these, bro, we're using common fucking sense, bro. Listen, let's ask some other people outside of you that has common motherfucking sense, right? Common sense would tell you this. Let me go back to the article, right? So Robert M. Groom, it says the Johnson family a so-called African American owner of white and black slaves, has revealed the fact that blacks own white slaves in America. Now you saying this is in the 1600s, so now you want me to fucking believe that most of the interracial marriages that was in America was black men and white women. It wasn't white men and black women.
So what do you know about Anthony Johnson's history? Because you know they took all his shit, right?
Listen, my dude. At this point in time,
they took
one nigga.
No,
You talking about one dude though?
We don't argue about what they did to one nigga.
He's bringing him up. So let's talk about him.
I got some other shit for you right here. Hold on. I got some other shit for you. Right. I got the Negro Digest right here. Hold on.
He owned because he was black.
I got some other shit for you right here. I got some other shit for you right here. That's going to tell you that. That's going to tell you. Listen, that's going to tell you that Anthony Johnson family still owned land in the 1700s, my dude. Wait. Just stay right there. You got some coffee or some tea to go get?
Hey, was Anthony Johnson African? Was he African?
I mean, no. I mean, they're gonna say he was, but of course we know he wasn't.
Yeah, I'm asking, bro. What he think in that little
They
la
say
la
he
land?
was. They say he was.
Oh, they say he was. Okay, that's what's up.
They say a lot of things, man. You know how they be like, well, they say this, and then that's how rumors is starting and shit. Most of the rumors is started because niggas is saying what they said, and they don't have no facts to prove it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That like in the hood, right? In the hood, don't they be like,
that what he said?
They said this, and most of the people who they referring to are fucking liars. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like at this point in time,
they do lie.
They are liars.
They do lie.
They are liars. These niggas done told us from 1619 they brought us here, but here we go in 1619. One of the so-called niggas that you brought here from Africa was able to buy himself from freedom from these racist ass white people who used to lynch us, spit on us, and hang us. Let him go free. Let him own other white people. And you sitting up here brainwashed, right?
Don't even add up.
Don't even add up.
No,
it don't even add up. Don't even add up. Don't even add up.
After 1670, they made a law you couldn't do it no more.
My dude, who made the law?
Lost his land.
Who are they? Who?
The colony of Virginia. The
colony
who are
of
they,
Virginia.
Man? Can we get they? What are they, bro? Who are they?
That's just one nigga. That's just one nigga too.
Who are these they?
What law was
that's the one nigga he's talking about. It's the only person he could find that own white people. What are you talking about? It's one person. And it was before 1670.
The only one.
It's only one nigga.
That's the only one.
Hey, you know what? It's niggas like this. This is how we got to where we at.
Obviously, white people could still be enslaved after that if they had to issue another law called the Mann Act to prevent white slavery. That means they were still being enslaved after that.
Prostituted, my nigga. Not only is they being enslaved, you finna sell pussy.
It's not the same thing they was
Shit
doing.
Me, you ain't never sold pussy.
Nope,
then.
it wasn't.
Hey, white slavery, man. That's the actual.
That is the epitome of servitude. What you talking about? You finna sell your body. You was in service to me.
Right. That's what you did. You worked.
Yeah, it's not the same as chattel slavery. And that's a damn
shit. I don't know. You ain't never been a chattel slave or a prostitute.
I don't, bro. These niggas.
Obviously, you ain't never been a chattel slave, boy. That's what the
real
slave
talk.
These
niggas then created. They done created all titles for slavery, but when we talk about the word slave is referring to Slavic people.
Nigga, look, they say sex slave now. Right now they say sex slave.
Yeah, exactly. But the term slavery came from Slavic people who are still Slavic people. They're not Europeans, they're not Germans, they're not from Rome. We don't know where the fuck they came from. We don't know where they came from. So the funny thing. Like incubators, exactly. So, like I said,
incubator babies.
We've been told all this motherfucking time. You can go pay $80,000 to go to school for history, and they're going to tell you that the Civil War was over black people. But here it is that they're telling you that it was over white people. Then you can go back. You can go pay $80,000 to go to any of these European institutions. My dude, listen.
Have you ever seen the orphan trains, my nigga? Have you seen those orphan trains full of them Europeans with pale faces? Trains full of pale-faced babies just being dropped off.
Hold on. We about to get ready to wrap this motherfucker up. We almost at 4 hours in on this live stream. Shout out to everybody for tapping in, man. We had one of the guys on here. We gotta get A1 back out here, dropping some more of this heat. But yeah, man. So
hey, one more thing. I just want to say this is not a coincidence. Listen, my dude. Listen, bro. We about to start doing classes, my dude. We're gonna tie you to a chair and put a dunce hat on you. And you can get this information. When you can get this information, and we gonna blackwash you, or we gonna aboriginally wash your brain, bro, because your brain is whitewashed with all European thoughts. You let these people create explanations that you know don't even make motherfucking sense. So with that, man, shout out to all the aborigines, North and South and Central, as well as the conjoining islands, and the rest of the brothers that were sent over to Europe or Iberia. Peace to the gods and peace to the goddesses, man. With that being said, I am out. Peace.
Peace to the Thompson's one, man. Shout out to the Thompson's one. Shout out to Not a Coincidence for coming through, being a good sport, sticking around, trying to bring his sources and standing on his square of his information. Shout out to you. Shout out to Root Word. Shout out to my big brother Hawk School. Shout out to Tayshawn for coming through. Man, peace and blessings to everybody else in the chat. This was a fire bill, man. Make sure y'all share the live stream. Share the live stream. Share the live stream. All right, with that being said, it's your brother Aboriginal Power, man. We about to get ready to roll out of here. Make sure y'all thumb up the video on your way out. Support the channel, man. Support the channel. Hit that like button. Support the channel. We out of here, man. Shout out to all the real ones out there. It's your brother Aboriginal Power. Make sure y'all be safe. Be aware. Stay vigilant. Stay dangerous. Right?
See my license been in motion.
Ab, can you share my screen since nobody talking?
Bro, if you don't care about Africa, why you about to show us something else with Africa in it, bro?
No, I'm just showing y'all have no history. This is what
you don't have history.
See, why you cutting me off? Nobody was talking before. So this is Charles Emily Wilson. This lady right here. Some people
That's fucked up. I had my mute muted the whole time.
Some people might call her grandma. But basically, this article is to tell you how these black people were enslaved by those Indians, and they are descendants of Africa.
Nigga, my people are from South Carolina and North Carolina. My people weren't enslaved by no Native Americans. My grandma's parents still good than Indians.
Get the fuck out of here with that shit, man.
They weren't no slaves.
Get the that lie shit is over with.
This nigga is weird.
Can y'all let me speak, bro? Damn.
Grandma's saying that. I'm not saying
that's not my grandma. That's not my grandma.
This is oral history.
Okay, that's not my grandma,
bro.
That's history. That's one person. That's one blood.
Hey, every time you talk, they want to talk over you.
You pedophile. Shut the fuck up. Tell the people you say
hey, your mama pedophile.
Say my kids like a fucking weirdo. Shut the fuck up, boy.
You gonna eat a dick,
fucking
nigga.
pedophile.
Eat a dick, and your mama can eat one too, nigga.
You a fucking pedophile.
Your mama can eat one, nigga. Fuck your kids.
No, it don't have nothing to do with Africa.
You said what? Hold on. Say that again. You said what? You said what? You said what? Say it again. Okay, I see you,
what
King
you
Cass.
gonna do about it?
It's not
gonna do about it, nigga. I beat your ass.
Okay, King Cass.
Fuck up.
You ain't gonna do shit but go to work tomorrow.
We're gonna go ahead and skip over it. It's unanimous.
You don't need to get out no energy.
Yeah, I ain't giving that no energy.
I understand. I get it. This is a newspaper article from 1775, the South Carolina Gazette. The South Carolina. They're talking about runaway slaves that was captured. November 7, 1774. A Negro fellow who called himself Lewis of the Guinea country. You know, Guinea is in Africa. He is 5'6" and has on white Negro cloth. So even back then, they had an industry for putting clothes on black people.
You short niggas too. King Cass, a motherfucking
another one. A Negro fellow who says his name is Freer.
Yeah,
that's a itty bitty nigga right there. Itty bitty nigga.
Talk about the heights, man.
5'6" of Mandingo country.
Hold on, I thought Mandingos was big ass strong warriors. This nigga 5'5".
Here we go with the Willie Lynch.
I was gonna say the nigga 5'5" Mandingo.
Yeah, but what is these Africans doing?
Is that like a misnomer, my nigga?
I'm talking
a Negro fellow of Mandingo country.
Mandingo,
Says his name is Jack, about 23 years of age, about 5
African named Jack. A Mandingo named Jack.
Country marks on his face. Y'all know scarification, the country marks, right? So we got another Negro from Mandingo country.
He was fitted too. Hold on, look at his outfit. The nigga had on the blue jeans with the jacket and shit.
Yeah.
Go back to the nigga drip. The nigga dripping and be a slave.
That Mandingo, your Muslim, that's our Muslim brother, man.
Because he got on them white, white Negro. He got on them Negro motherfucking britches, old blue jacket. He had on hat too.
Hey, remember Mandingo.
So you showing us a outfitted Mandingo named Jack as proof that we African?
But they Muslim brothers. Remember, we can't talk about our Muslim brothers like that.
Well, religion don't have nothing to do with this conversation, King Kaz.
Y'all said they wasn't slaves.
Stop doing that curveball weirdo shit. If you want to talk about Islam, bro, we could do a build on my channel about it. That's not what we talking about here, bro. Why is you doing that weirdo shit?
All right, because you.
Look,
I ain't getting
April 13th, 1775, a Negro man of the Congo country. Right? So all we got is a bunch of Negroes from Africa.
So what's up? Did men get to America? How did men get to America?
They got here on slave ships, brother.
Okay, now you got the book. You got the book.
The same slave ships that niggas was steering. Is them the same slave ships that niggas was
That's all I'm
steering to motherfucking Africa to go colonize that motherfucker?
I just want to ask you one simple question because it seems like when y'all talk to these niggas about Pan-African, y'all get fucking mad. We shouldn't get mad at fucking elementary fake ass shit. So since he said that the Negroes and Aboriginals come from Africa,
don't get mad.
produce something.
See, we're talking about Black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we are on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
That proves that they come to America. Produce that something that they came to America, my brother.
I got you.
Now slavery stopped. Why you producing it? Slavery stopped in 1860 something. They say there was pictures out in the 1860s. You're gonna have to produce some type of picture showing the transatlantic slave trade and the Negroes in Africa.
Pictures, nigga, it was submarines and torpedoes lighting up the whole motherfucking Mississippi.
That's all I don't mean no disrespect to nobody. I just want him to show some proof that the Africans came over here and they're the same people if there was pictures around back then. That's what
Remember, it was outlawed in 1808. Remember, the slave trade from Africa outlawed in 1808.
I don't care about that. I'm talking about he's saying that the Negro is the Congo man. There's pictures in the 1800s of Congo people. They don't look like they're the people of America.
Brother, this is 1750, brother. 1750 to 1758.
We did this a couple days ago. Now show the book.
Why he always coming with these old random ass shit? Like, what is you even proving, my nigga?
I mean,
like,
but it's
just
no
come
reason
with
to get
some
mad,
random
though.
cursive
There's
writing
no reason
and be
to get
like,
mad.
you from
There's no
Africa.
reason to get mad. There's no reason to get mad, though. It's called research and scholarship.
Bro, we can show you it just is for every picture you show with a nigga saying he African, you can show a picture with a nigga saying he Indian.
He can't show none, bro. Why don't you let him talk so he can embarrass himself?
Around all the time. Why ain't no pictures in 1750, brother?
You right. There was the pictures in 1800.
Look, I can show you.
He's totally right. There is no pictures in the 1700s. There is no pictures in the 1700s. See, that's why I want to bring my scholarship to it, because we ain't gonna have to argue and cuss the motherfucker out and all that shit.
Stop.
All I want to say is one simple thing. We're talking about slavery, and we have pictures in the 1800s. We have pictures.
I'm searching.
Bro, I'm asking, bro, wait me get done, and then you ready. Let me get done.
This is crazy.
I know I'm crazy, but y'all get too mad over this stuff in this simple scholarship. You said that the Negro comes from Africa. Then you saying you about to show us a slave voyage called the Majestic. Now, can you show us a picture of the Majestic or any other slave boat? Because slavery didn't stop until 1865, and there's pictures of slavery. I digress.
Brother, I'm in the 1750s. I'm not.
Oh, you talking about Paul Cuffey? Wasn't Paul Cuffey the Wampanoag nigga sailing the ships in around that time?
No, not in 1750.
Ain't that around that time the Wampanoag nigga was the ship captain?
No, not in 1750. No.
Oh, it must have been his granddaddy then.
So here we go.
Hey, y'all, all I'm saying is from the 1700s to the 1800s when there were pictures, there was pictures in the 1800s. So if he cannot produce no 1800 picture of nothing that is involved in Africa and America uniting, if you can't show one picture, bro, one picture in the 1800s.
Can you be quiet?
No, I'm not going to be quiet till you let me talk, and then I'm get done. I'll let you talk. No, that's scholarship, bro, and that's what all y'all fucking Indians and y'all Pan-Africans do. Y'all get up here and have an argument with each other except for going over the scholarship, bro.
Watch, I'm showing you right now.
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question in the 1800s when slavery ended. Why is there not no pictures of slave boats, bro? And there's pictures of everything else.
Because slave boats ended in 1808, brother. What are you talking
Slavery ended in 1808.
The slave trade ended in 1808.
No, it didn't. It ended in 1865.
Only slave ships who had white people on them.
And see, and that's what's evil, y'all. He said the slavery ended in 1808 when I'm trying to tell you that it ended in 1865.
What are you scared of, brother? You see this picture? Do you see this picture?
No, that's not a picture. That's a painting.
Picture, painting, cool.
Yeah, but the Aboriginals show paintings all the time, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. You see this painting? This book is from 1586. It's called The History. Right here. This is the name right here.
Allegedly.
That's whatever. Allegedly, my ass.
Hey, man, I'm not trying to be an asshole, bro. Bro, I'm not trying to be an asshole. Slavery is connected to 1800s where there's pictures at. Why can't you show any evidence in the 1800s of? See, I don't like the Indian stories or the slave stories. All you goofy ass niggas go back to the 1600s, 1500s, and 1700s, but y'all skip over the 1800s. Y'all goofy ass niggas skip over the 1800s. Go to the 1800s where we have pictures and evidence of us being over here.
Look at this picture. I'm showing you.
See, y'all, that's what's scary, y'all, and y'all don't want to talk about that because none of y'all talk about the 1800 history. All you motherfuckers want to go back to 1700, 1600, 3,000 years ago. Nigga, y'all can't even talk something that happened in the early 1900s.
Right here in this book, they describe in this page right here.
You don't even know when English was made, bro.
By a great number of Negroes from Africa to serve them as slaves.
Where did they park at? Where was their coast at? Now, I ain't mad at you. I'm not mad at you. If you're saying that the people came over here, what port did they bring them to? What port did they bring them to in the United States of America?
Now we can go here.
What port did they bring them to in the United States of America?
South Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, New York.
There's a port. What port?
Bro, listen.
Port. You have to have a city port.
No, I answered your question. Now look.
No, you didn't. You did not answer my question. I asked you one simple question. In the 1800s, when there were pictures,
Negro slaves
that boat is talking about the emperor, bro. We already went over this.
Man, we can't hear both of y'all. Hey, we really can't hear both of y'all.
I just want to ask him a simple question.
No.
Well, can you ask the question when he gets through talking?
I'm answering him.
Let him get through talking, then ask him the question.
Because I really go against all y'all's information up here because y'all don't know how to have a conversation about 18 and 1900s. No, everybody but Aboriginal power that takes us to this land because all y'all up here talk about 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, but y'all skip over 17. Y'all skip over the 1800s.
Nigga, I got hundreds of hours on the 1800s, nigga. I broke down the Civil War. I broke down the Civil War more than any nigga you know.
You just said the Civil War was a lie, my nigga. You said the Civil War was a lie.
As far as it being a war, my nigga, when it was an invasion,
you just said the Civil War is a lie, my brother.
Shit. Yeah,
you said the Civil War is a lie.
The narrative is a lie, my nigga. You ain't gonna talk over me with that goofy dumb shit like everybody else, nigga.
You right. Just tell me when you done, my brother.
Nigga. I'm studied up, nigga. Fuck is you talking about, nigga? They
was
bombing our shit, nigga. Blowing our shit up, nigga. And them fake ass Freemason niggas was claiming the Union Army and helping them with the narrative.
Ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain and they want to take up.
Today we're back trying to battle some of this misinformation. So today we're going to deal with Giovanni Verrazzano's claim in 1524 when he says the natives were dark like Ethiopians.
Flowing the Atlantic coast from Carolina up into the New York area, he had wrote a letter to Francis I, the King of France, in 1524, describing the Carolina Indians as being dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopians. Giovanni de Verrazzano had described the Carolina Indians as exactly resembling the Ethiopians.
So what starts off as a harmless observation of some darker skinned people this observation turns into ideology by the Black Aboriginals of America, where now Black Americans, they don't descend from West Africa. We was lied to, and now they descend from America. But they don't take into consideration who Verrazano was comparing these people to, and we're going to look at that. He says, they are dark in color, not unlike the Ethiopians, with thick black hair, not very long, tied back behind the head like a small tail. As for the physique of these men, they are well proportioned, of medium height, a little taller than we are. They have broad chests, strong arms, and the legs and other parts of the body are well composed. There is nothing else, except that they tend to be rather broad in the face, but not all, for we saw many with angular faces. They have big black eyes, an attentive and open look. They are not very strong, but they have a sharp cunning and are agile and swift runners. From what we could tell from observation in the last two respects, they resemble the Orientals, particularly those from the farthest Cenarian regions. So the first question should be, who are these Orientals and where's the Cenarian region that they're comparing these people to? But for some reason, all these memes and everything else leave that out. So when we look into who these Orientals are, they point us to the area of Asia, Southeastern Asia, specifically southeast of the Himalayas. And when we go and look at the people who are of this area, they don't look nothing like these American Negroes, nothing like these Aboriginal Americans, nothing like these Black Indians that are claiming this as a, look, see, this is proof that we've been here. This is not what you get from that. So when you take everything that they say in context and we do a correct analysis of the context of what we're reading, we do not come to this is the American Negro. We come to this is what these people look like, or they describe them as looking like. And that's it. I'm out. It's not a coincidence that the conscious community is not so conscious.
If you are moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis,
So viewers, this is not a coincidence. And today we're going to tackle some contradictory statement made by the Aboriginal community, namely Supreme Chief Holiday. In this video, he actually says African American did not exist in the 1800s. Then when I show him proof, he goes and says he's never said that. So let's watch the video.
Hold on, y'all. Enslaved, right? It says enslaved and free, right? It says it right there from the top. And it says African Americans, but we know that African Americans didn't exist at this time.
Right, so what? But
oh,
we
no. Listen, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here for you right now. Come on now. But we know that African Americans didn't exist at this time period.
You said they do what
Wait,
they call
yes, sir. Wait, whoa.
So was they calling people that or not? Yes or no?
Let's go. No. You came up with this half popped ass piece of paper right here, bro. It's in my blood, nigga.
Why was they calling
what did you say?
That yes or no? You said it wasn't happening.
No, I never denied that. That's for a rookie that told you that.
No,
that's not for me. I never said that to you.
We can rewind.
Bro, you didn't think I've never seen that article before? Sir, you didn't think I never seen that article before? Hey, listen, you are, have you graduated from MBK yet?
You never seen shit like this. Why
What?
you changing? You said they wasn't calling nobody that. Why
I
you
never
changing
said that. Hey, listen,
Yes, you
Supreme Chief
did.
Holiday never said that.
Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
I can show you plenty of stuff that
So
people
was
wrote
they
down and
calling
called people
people- was they-
anything. That don't mean that
was
they
they
called
calling
themselves that. That don't mean that she called herself that. Does that mean that she
No,
called herself
that's
that?
not
Yes
the
or no?
question. That's not the
Sir,
question.
does that mean that
You
she
said
calls
they
herself
wasn't
that? Yes or
calling
no?
anybody that.
Does that mean that she calls
You said
herself
they
that? Yes or
wasn't
no?
calling anybody that.
I
They
never
called
said
everybody
that.
with- Yes, you did.
Okay, listen. Once again, I never said that.
Okay, so let me ask you one question. Was they calling people African
Okay, go ahead.
American in the 1800s? Yes or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So you say you
Yes, they
never said
was.
that before. You're a liar.
I never said
Yogi.
that.
Go ahead.
But we know that African Americans didn't exist at this time period.
Shut up. You don't know nothing about anything.
Break the lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, man. They wanna take up.
See, we're talking about black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we are on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.